I need to tell this story while I still can, while I still remember what's real and what they've tried to make me believe didn't happen. My name's irrelevant, they made sure of that when they forced me to sign the NDAs. What matters is that for 8 years, I worked for the city's public works department, not the glamorous part, if there is one. I maintained the underground infrastructure, the tunnels that carry water, electricity, fiber optic cables, the veins of the city that nobody thinks about until something goes wrong. I was good at my job, meticulous. I knew those tunnels better than I knew my own apartment. I had the maps memorized, every junction, every access point, every shut-off valve. The city's underground is like a fingerprint, unique and unmappable by outsiders. But I knew it. That's why what I found didn't make any sense. It was November, 3 years ago. The city was upgrading some of the older infrastructure downtown, and I was assigned to survey a section of utility tunnels beneath the financial district. These were the old ones, pre-World War II construction, brick and concrete that had been patched and repatched for decades. The smell down there is distinct damp earth, metal oxidation, and something else. Something organic and old that you never quite get used to. I was alone that day. Budget cuts meant we usually worked solo unless it was a 2-person job. This was routine, just checking structural integrity and updating the digital maps. I had my tablet with the current blueprints, my flashlight, and a radio that barely worked this far underground. The entrance was through a sidewalk grate on 5th Street, one of those heavy metal things that pedestrians walk over without a second thought. I descended the ladder, the temperature dropping with each rung. 20 feet down, my boots hit the tunnel floor with a wet smack. There was always standing water down here, seepage from above, nothing unusual. I oriented myself with the map, took some photos of the tunnel condition, and started walking. The main passage was about 7 feet high and 6 feet wide, comfortable enough, but the walls seemed to lean in after a while. That's psychological, something they warn you about in training. Your mind plays tricks in confined spaces, especially in the dark. Stay focused on your work, they said. Don't think about the weight of the buildings above you. I was maybe 40 minutes into the survey when I noticed something on my tablet. The blueprint showed the main tunnel continuing straight for another 100 yards before branching, standard layout. But there was a mark on the schematic I hadn't seen before. A small notation indicating a junction to the left, maybe 50 feet ahead. That was odd. These blueprints were updated constantly. Every change, every new pipe, every structural modification was documented. It's essential you don't want some contractor breaking through a wall into a gas line because the maps were outdated. But this junction, I didn't remember it from previous surveys. I figured it was a recent addition, maybe something added during the downtown construction. I continued forward, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The sound of water dripping was rhythmic, almost peaceful. Every 30 seconds or so, somewhere in the distance, you'd hear a pipe clang or a rumble as a subway train passed through a nearby tunnel. You get used to the sounds. They become white noise. Then I reached the junction, except it wasn't a junction. Not officially. There was an opening in the left wall. Yes, a dark gap about 4 feet high and 3 feet wide. But it looked old. Really old. The edges were rough brick, not the clean concrete of modern construction. And there was no signage, no marker indicating what it was or where it led. The opening itself was partially obscured by a newer concrete patch that had crumbled away. It looked like at some point, decades ago, someone had tried to seal this passage. But the concrete had failed, leaving a hole just large enough to crawl through. I checked my tablet again. According to the blueprints, there should be solid earth behind that wall. The notation I'd seen earlier, it corresponded to this exact location, but it didn't describe what was actually here. It just said, Access Point, Maintenance Tunnel 7B. There was no Maintenance Tunnel 7B in the city's infrastructure. I'd never heard of it. I should have radioed it in right then. That was protocol. But I'll be honest, I was curious. 8 years of routine maintenance makes you jump at anything different. And part of me wanted to solve this little mystery before reporting it. If it was just an old sealed passage, no big deal. I'd document it, add it to my report, and move on. I crouched down and shined my flashlight into the gap. The tunnel beyond was narrow, maybe 3 feet wide, with a curved ceiling that disappeared into darkness about 20 feet in. The walls were old brick, blackened with age and moisture. The floor looked uneven, sloping slightly downward. The air coming from the passage was cold, colder than the tunnel I was in, and it carried a smell. Not the usual underground smell. This was different. Stale. Like a place that hadn't been disturbed in a very long time. And there were footprints. Footprints in the thin layer of sediment on the tunnel floor. Fresh ones. The kind where you could still see the tread pattern of the boot. They led into the darkness. My first thought was that maybe another maintenance worker had found this passage earlier and investigated, but that didn't make sense. I would have been notified. Any discovery like this would have been logged immediately. And besides, the footprints were 2 fresh hours old, maybe less. I tried my radio. Dispatch, this is Unit 7. I found an unmarked passage in Sector 12, F. Requesting information on Maintenance Tunnel 7B. Static. Dispatch. Do you copy? More static. The radio was useless this far down. I'd have to go back to the surface to call it in. But those footprints. Someone was down here. Maybe they were lost. Maybe they needed help. That's what I told myself. Anyway, as I made the decision to crawl through the gap, the passage was tight. I had to remove my equipment belt and push it ahead of me as I squeezed through. The brick scraped against my back. For a moment, I felt that familiar spike of claustrophobic panic. What if I got stuck? What if the old concrete chose this moment to collapse? But then I was through, standing in Maintenance Tunnel 7B. It was older than anything I'd ever seen in the city's infrastructure. The brickwork was 19th century, maybe earlier. The tunnel curved slightly, following some path that didn't correspond to any modern city planning. My flashlight revealed old iron brackets on the walls where torches or lanterns would have hung. This wasn't a utility tunnel. This was something else. Something built before electricity, before the modern city existed. And the footprints continued deeper. I followed them. I'm not proud of that decision now, but in the moment, it felt reasonable. I was a city worker. This was city property, technically, and I had a responsibility to investigate. That's what I told myself. The tunnel sloped downward gradually. I counted my steps. 50, 75, 100. The air was getting colder. My breath came out in visible puffs. The sound of the city above the rumble of traffic, the vibration of subway trains faded completely. The silence down here was absolute, broken only by my own breathing and the scuff of my boots. The footprints were steady. One person, walking with purpose. Whoever made them knew exactly where they were going. After maybe 200 feet, the tunnel opened into a small chamber. It was circular, about 15 feet across, with 3 other passages branching off into darkness. The ceiling was domed, decorated with old tiles arranged in a pattern I didn't recognize. Geometric shapes that looked almost ritualistic. In the center of the chamber was a junction box. A modern junction box. Electrical, with fiber optic cables running into it. Recent installation, maybe within the last year. The cables disappeared into all 3 passages. Someone had been maintaining infrastructure down here, recently, officially, but this place wasn't on any map. That's when I noticed the footprints didn't lead to any of the 3 passages. They led to the wall, the solid brick wall of the chamber, and they stopped there, as if the person had walked directly into the stone and disappeared. I stood there for a long moment, my flashlight beam fixed on that wall, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There had to be an explanation. Maybe there was a hidden door. Maybe the wall was an illusion, some kind of camouflage for another passage. I approached slowly and reached out to touch the brick. It was solid, completely solid. I pressed my hand against it, knocked on it. Nothing, just old cold brick. And that's when I heard it, breathing, not my own breathing. I'd stopped breathing altogether when I heard it. This was slow, deliberate breathing, coming from somewhere in the darkness, from one of the 3 passages. I couldn't tell which. Hello? My voice cracked. Is someone there? The breathing stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. I stood there, my hand still pressed against the brick wall, every nerve in my body screaming at me to run. But I couldn't move. I was frozen, listening to that terrible silence, waiting for what would come next. Then I heard footsteps, not from any of the passages, from above me, from the domed ceiling, slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone walking on the stone directly over my head. But that was impossible. There was only earth above this chamber, tons of it, and then the foundations of buildings, and then the street. The footsteps moved across the ceiling in a circle, matching my position, keeping directly above me as I stumbled backward, my flashlight jerking wildly. The beam caught something on the wall near one of the passages, fresh scratches in the brick. Deep ones, not made by tools, made by something with claws. I ran. I don't remember crawling back through the gap. I don't remember the main tunnel or climbing the ladder to the surface. My next clear memory is standing on 5th Street, gasping for air, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone as I called my supervisor. I told him everything. The unmarked passage, the chamber, the footprints, the modern junction box, the breathing, the footsteps on the ceiling. I expected him to sound concerned, maybe skeptical, but what I got was silence. Long silence. Then he said, "Stay where you are. Don't talk to anyone. I'm sending someone." 2 men arrived 30 minutes later, not city workers. They wore suits and had federal IDs that they showed me so quickly I couldn't read the agency. They asked me questions, very specific questions. What exactly did I see? Did I take any photos? Did I tell anyone else? Did I touch anything? I answered honestly. Yes, I'd taken photos on my tablet. No, I hadn't told anyone else. Yes, I touched the junction box and the wall. They took my tablet. They took my notes. They took my equipment belt. Then they had me sign papers, NDAs, liability waivers, documents I barely read because I was still in shock. They told me that for national security reasons, I was not to discuss what I'd found, ever, with anyone. The tunnel I'd entered was part of a classified infrastructure project. The details were above my clearance level. When I asked about the footprints, the breathing, the footsteps on the ceiling, the lead agent looked at me with absolutely no expression and said, "You were underground for several hours. Confined spaces, poor air circulation, carbon dioxide buildup. It affects perception. What you experienced was a mild hallucination, nothing more. But I knew what I'd heard, what I'd seen. They drove me home, told me to take a few days off, paid leave. When I returned to work, I was assigned to a different sector, different tunnels, surface level inspections only. I never went back underground. Here's the thing that still keeps me awake at night. I went back to check the blueprints, the official ones stored at the city records office. That junction I'd seen on my tablet, the notation from Maintenance Tunnel 7B, it's gone. Completely erased. The blueprints show solid earth where that passage was. No gap in the wall, no tunnel. According to every official document, that place I found doesn't exist. Never existed. But I know it does. And I know someone or something is still down there. Last week I was walking downtown near 5th Street. I passed over a sidewalk grate, and for just a moment I heard it. That same slow, deliberate breathing, rising from the darkness below. And I swear, I felt something looking up at me, through the metal grating. I didn't stop walking. I haven't been back to that street since. They can erase it from the maps, they can make me sign their papers, but they can't make me forget what I found underneath the city. And they can't make me believe I was alone down there. Because I've started seeing the footprints again, not underground this time, outside my apartment building in the morning. Fresh prints in the dew on the sidewalk, leading to my door. The same tread pattern I saw in that tunnel. They appear every few days, always at night, always leading to my door but never away from it. Whatever followed me out of that tunnel, I don't think it's done with me yet. And sometimes, late at night, I hear footsteps on my ceiling. I don't go underground anymore. Not for any reason. Not subways, not parking garages, not even basements. My therapist says I need to reclaim my relationship with enclosed spaces, but she doesn't know what I saw, what I experienced. She thinks it's just anxiety, some kind of phobia I developed after a panic attack. If only it were that simple. My name is Sarah, and 2 years ago I was an urban explorer. Not the destructive kind. I never vandalized or stole anything. I documented. I photographed forgotten spaces, the bones of cities that people walk over every day without knowing they exist. Abandoned theaters, closed hospitals, and especially old transit stations. There's something beautiful about decay, about places that time forgot. At least, that's what I used to think. I lived in a major East Coast city, one of those places with a subway system that's been expanding and contracting for over a century. Stations get closed, lines get rerouted, and entire platforms are just sealed up and forgotten. But they're still there, behind locked doors and boarded up entrances, frozen in whatever decade they were abandoned. I'd explored maybe a dozen closed stations by that point. I had my methods finding the access points, avoiding security, getting in and out without being detected. It was a rush, honestly. The danger was part of the appeal, and the photos I got were incredible. Ghostly platforms lit only by my flashlight, vintage advertisements still on the walls, turnstiles that hadn't clicked in 50 years. The station I'm about to tell you about wasn't on any of my lists. I found it by accident. It was late October, around 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. I was scouting a location for an upcoming exploration, a station that had been closed in the 1,980 seconds. I was on the active platform of a nearby station, pretending to wait for a train, but really studying the layout, looking for the access door I'd found on old blueprint scans. The platform was nearly empty. Just me, an elderly woman at the far end, and a guy in a business suit reading his phone. The fluorescent lights flickered occasionally, casting everything in that greenish institutional glow that makes everyone look slightly sick. I was looking at the wall, trying to spot the door, when I noticed something odd. There was a section of the tiled wall that didn't quite match. The tiles were the same color, same style, but the grout was different, newer, cleaner. Like someone had replaced a section and tried to make it blend in, but hadn't done a perfect job. I moved closer, pretending to look at my phone while examining the wall. There, almost invisible unless you were looking for it, was a seam, a doorway, maybe 4 feet wide, completely tiled over. But the tiles were slightly raised, like they'd been applied over something rather than being part of the original wall. I glanced around. The businessman had gotten on a train. The old woman was gone. The platform was empty. And the next train wasn't due for 8 minutes, according to the display. I ran my hand along the seam. There was a gap, just barely wide enough to fit my fingers. I pulled, gently at first, then harder. The tiled panel shifted. It wasn't solid, it was a covering, a false wall, and behind it, I could see darkness. My heart was racing now. This was different from my planned explorations. This was spontaneous, unprepared. I should have walked away, come back another time with proper equipment and a partner you never explore alone. That's rule number 1. But I could see just enough through the gap to know there were stairs going down. Old stairs. Really old. I checked the platform again. Still empty. The security camera was pointed at the turnstiles, not this end of the platform. I made a decision. I pulled the panel open just wide enough to slip through, then pulled it closed behind me. The tile covering clicked back into place, and suddenly I was in complete darkness, standing at the top of a staircase I couldn't see. I clicked on my flashlight, a good one, 1,200 lumens, bright enough to light up a room. The beam revealed a narrow staircase descending steeply, maybe 20 feet down. The walls were covered in old white tiles, the kind you see in photos from the 1,920 seconds. Small, square, beveled edges. Some were cracked, a few were missing, but most were intact. There was dust on the stairs, but not as much as I expected. And no graffiti, no beer cans or trash, or any sign that urban explorers had been here before. This place had been sealed well enough to keep everyone out. Until now, I descended slowly, testing each step before putting my full weight on it. The stairs were concrete, solid, but old. The air was stale and cold, but it didn't have that musty, dead smell of a place that's been completely sealed for decades. There was circulation from somewhere. At the bottom of the stairs, I found myself in a corridor. Not a modern subway corridor. This was older, narrower, with an arched ceiling made of tiles arranged in beautiful geometric patterns. Blue and white and cream, Art Deco style. My flashlight beam reflected off them like water. The corridor ran about 30 feet, and then opened up. I moved forward, my footsteps echoing slightly, and then I saw it. A platform. A complete subway platform, perfectly preserved. My flashlight beam swept across it, and I actually gasped. The platform was maybe 100 feet long, with the curved roof typical of stations from the 1,920 seconds. The tiles on the walls were pristine cream colored with Art Deco borders in deep blue and gold. There were original wooden benches, 3 of them, spaced evenly along the platform. Vintage light fixtures hung from the ceiling, the kind with frosted glass shades and brass fittings. Advertising panels on the walls still held their posters, though they were faded. Advertisements for Lucky Strike cigarettes, Pear soap, shows at theaters that had been demolished 60 years ago. But here's what made my skin prickle. Everything was clean, not just preserved actively clean. There was no dust on the benches. The tile floor was swept. The brass on the light fixtures was polished, reflecting my flashlight beam. Someone was maintaining this place. I stepped onto the platform, my boots echoing in the empty space. The trackbed below was dark, the rails still there, running into tunnels on both ends of the station. I walked slowly, documenting everything with my camera, taking shot after shot. This was incredible. This was beyond anything I'd ever found. I examined the advertising posters more closely. They were authentic, not reproductions. I could see the aging paper, the printing technique. These were real posters from the 1920 seconds. One advertised a Broadway show, The Ziegfeld Follies of 1927. Another promoted war bonds for the Great War. On one of the benches there was a newspaper, folded neatly, like someone had just set it down. I approached it carefully, expecting it to be another period piece, something left behind when the station closed. I picked it up, and my hands started shaking. It was last week's paper, last Wednesday's edition. The date was printed clearly at the top. The headline was about a local political scandal, something I'd read about online just days ago. The paper was slightly yellowed at the edges, but it was recent. Very recent. Someone had been here, recently. They'd sat on this bench and read this newspaper. I spun around, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, expecting to see someone watching me. But the platform was empty. The tunnels at both ends were black voids, silent. "Hello?" My voice echoed. "Is someone here?" Nothing. I checked my phone, no signal, as expected. I needed to leave, to get back to the surface and tell someone about this. This wasn't just an abandoned station. This was something else, something active. I started walking back toward the corridor I'd come from, toward the stairs. But then I heard it, the sound of a train, distant but unmistakable. The rumble of steel wheels on rails, growing louder, coming from one of the tunnels. I froze. That wasn't possible. This line was closed. These tracks weren't connected to any active system. They couldn't be. And yet the sound was getting closer, the rumble building to a roar, and now I could feel it in my chest, the vibration of something massive approaching. A light appeared in the tunnel. Not the bright white of a modern subway train. This was warm, yellowish, like old incandescent bulbs. The light grew brighter, spilling onto the platform, and I could see the shape of the train emerging from the darkness. It was old, really old. A subway car from the 1920 seconds, maybe earlier. Dark green paint, rounded roof, small windows. The headlamp was a single large light in a brass housing. The wheels squealed on the rails as it approached the platform, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. I should have run. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I was paralyzed, watching this impossible train pull into this impossible station. The train slowed, metal grinding against metal, and stopped perfectly aligned with the platform. For a moment, there was silence, just the tick, tick, tick tick of cooling metal. Then the doors opened. The car was lit inside, that same warm yellow light. I could see the interior wooden slat seats, brass handrails, vintage advertisements on the walls above the windows. And I could see the passengers. They were dressed in old clothing. 1,920 seconds clothing. Suits with high collars, long coats, dresses with dropped waists. Women wore hats with veils. Men wore fedoras. They sat perfectly still, looking forward, not talking, not moving at all. The doors stayed open. The train waited. And then, slowly, one of the passengers turned their head to look at me. It was a woman in a dark blue dress, her face pale under her hat. She looked directly at me, her eyes meeting mine, and she smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. The other passengers began to turn, one by one, their heads rotating with mechanical precision, until all of them were looking at me. Maybe 20 people in that car, all staring, all smiling those wrong smiles. One of them stood up, a man in a long coat. He moved to the open door and stepped out onto the platform. Then another and another. They moved slowly, deliberately, stepping down from the train car onto the pristine tiles, their shoes clicking in perfect rhythm. I backed away. My flashlight was shaking so badly the beam jerked across the platform. The passengers advanced, still smiling, not speaking. Their eyes were wrong, too dark, too empty, like looking into deep water. I turned and ran. I ran for the corridor, my boots slipping on the tiles. Behind me, I could hear them following. Not running, walking. That same measured pace, their footsteps echoing in perfect unison. Click, click, click. I reached the corridor, found the stairs, and took them two at a time. My flashlight beam bounced wildly. I could hear them on the stairs behind me now, still walking at that same steady pace, never hurrying, never stopping. I hit the tiled panel at the top of the stairs with my shoulder, bursting through onto the active platform. I stumbled, fell, scrambled to my feet. The tile panel swung closed behind me with a solid click. The platform was empty, normal. Fluorescent lights, modern tiles, the digital display showing the next train in 4 minutes. Everything was exactly as it had been. I stood there, gasping for air, my hands on my knees. I looked back at the wall. The tiled section looked solid, seamless. There was no gap, no seam, no evidence that it could open. Had I imagined it? Some kind of hallucination brought on by the enclosed space, the darkness, the adrenaline of unauthorized entry. Then I looked down at my hand. I was still holding the newspaper, last Wednesday's edition, the paper from the bench. I took the next train home. I didn't look back. When I got to my apartment, I examined the newspaper under bright lights. It was real. Real paper, real ink, real date. But there was something wrong with it. The articles were correct. I checked online. The stories matched, but the photographs were off. The people in them were slightly different, wrong. In a photo of a city council meeting, one of the members was someone I didn't recognize, someone who shouldn't be there. And in the corner of the front page, in the section where they list the newspaper's staff, there was an editor listed that I'd never heard of. I searched online. There was no record of anyone by that name ever working for that paper. I burned the newspaper that night. I'm not proud of it. It was evidence of something, proof that what I'd experienced was real, but I couldn't have it in my apartment. I couldn't look at it anymore. I never went back to that station. I never explored another abandoned platform. I quit urban exploration entirely. Some of my online friends asked why I'd stopped posting photos. I told them I'd lost interest. I couldn't tell them the truth, because here's the thing that keeps me awake at night. I've been researching old subway stations, trying to find any mention of the one I found. Any record of a platform that looked like that, in that location. I've searched archives, old newspapers, city records. I can't find it. There's no record of any station ever existing at that depth, in that location. According to every historical document, that platform was never built. But I know it exists. And I know that train is still running, somewhere in the dark beneath the city, following routes that aren't on any map. Last week, I was at a different station, a busy one, modern, safe. I was standing on the platform waiting for my train, and I happened to glance at the track, down into the dark of the tunnel. For just a moment I saw a light. Not the bright white light of a modern train. A warm yellow light, far in the distance. And I heard it that old rumble. Different from the new trains. Deeper, more resonant. Then a modern train pulled in, blocking my view. When it left, and I looked again, there was nothing but darkness. But I saw what I saw, and I know that somewhere, in tunnels that aren't supposed to exist, that train is still making its rounds, still stopping at stations that were never built, still picking up passengers. And sometimes, late at night, I dream that I'm back on that platform. I dream that I'm sitting on one of those wooden benches, waiting. The train pulls in, the doors open, and I stand up. I walk toward it. I'm about to step aboard, and then I wake up, sweating, my heart pounding. But the worst part, the absolute worst part, each time I have that dream, I get a little bit closer to actually stepping onto that train. And I know no times that one night I won't wake up in time. One night, I'll step through those doors, and the next morning, someone will find an old newspaper on a platform that doesn't exist. This week's paper. With my face in a photo I don't remember being taken. So if you're ever in a subway station and you notice a section of wall that doesn't quite match, where the tiles are newer, the grout cleaner, don't pull it open. Don't investigate. Some doors are sealed for a reason. Because if you find that platform, if you see that train pull in, you might not make it back to the world you know. And you might find yourself riding that train forever, dressed in clothes from a decade you never lived in, staring forward with empty eyes, waiting for the next stop that will never come. The third level isn't on any map, but it's there. It's always been there, and it's waiting. I used to think that the scariest part of working night security was dealing with break-ins, or finding someone passed out in a stairwell. I was wrong. The scariest part is realizing that you're not alone in a building that's supposed to be empty. And worse than that, realizing that what's with you isn't human. My name is Marcus, and until 6 months ago, I worked night security at the Kellerman Building in downtown. It's one of those early 20th century office towers, 12 stories of limestone and brass with high ceilings and narrow windows. Beautiful architecture, but old. The kind of old where things creak and settle, where the radiators clank and hiss, where you learn to distinguish between the normal sounds of an aging building and something else. I'd been working there for 3 years. The graveyard shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Most nights were boring, walking the floors every 2 hours, checking doors, making sure the HVAC systems were running properly. The building housed law offices, accounting firms, that sort of thing. Nobody worked late. By the time I clocked in, the place was always empty. The basement was part of my rounds, but I'll be honest, I didn't go down there unless I had to. It wasn't just one basement. It was 3 levels underground. The first sub-level had the parking garage and maintenance offices. Normal enough. But the second and third levels were the old parts. The original basement from when the building was constructed in 1923. That's where the boiler room was. The electrical systems. Storage rooms full of forgotten furniture and boxes of records from decades ago. The third basement level, that's where I heard it first. It was a Tuesday night in April, maybe 2 a.m. I'd been doing my rounds, everything normal. But when I got to the elevator lobby, I noticed the indicator lights showing someone had recently used the service elevator. Not the main elevators, those shut down at 9 p.m. The service elevator that went all the way down to B3. That was odd. Maintenance wasn't scheduled. I was the only person in the building. I took the service elevator down. The ride was slow, the cables groaning. Each level lit up as I passed. B1, B2, then B3. The doors opened with a metallic shriek that echoed in the concrete corridor. The third basement was cold, always cold. The ceiling was low, maybe 7 feet, with exposed pipes running along it. Fluorescent lights, the old kind that buzz and flicker, cast everything in harsh white light that somehow made the shadows darker. The air smelled like damp concrete, rust, and something organic I could never quite identify. I stepped out of the elevator. The corridor stretched ahead, doors on either side leading to storage rooms and mechanical spaces. Everything was silent except for the hum of the building's systems and that constant buzz from the lights. I started walking, checking doors, all locked as they should be. But then I noticed something. At the far end of the corridor, maybe 60 feet away, one of the storage room doors was ajar. Just slightly, maybe 6 inches. I knew I'd checked that door on my previous rounds. It had been closed, locked. I approached slowly, my hand instinctively going to the radio on my belt even though there was no one to call. The flashlight beam from my belt light cut through the gap in the doorway, illuminating dust particles floating in the air inside. Hello? Security. Is someone in there? No response. I pushed the door open. It moved smoothly, well-oiled hinges making no sound. Inside was a storage room, maybe 20 feet deep and 15 wide. Metal shelving units lined the walls, packed with bankers' boxes and old furniture covered in canvas tarps. Everything looked untouched, layered in dust. But the dust on the floor had been disturbed. Scuff marks, like something heavy had been dragged across it, leading from the door to the back corner of the room. I followed the marks with my flashlight. They led behind one of the larger shelving units, into a space I couldn't see from the doorway. I moved deeper into the room, my boots leaving prints in the dust. The air here was even colder, and there was a smell, something musty, and old and wrong. I rounded the shelving unit and stopped. The back wall of the storage room was different from the others. While the rest of the basement was poured concrete, this wall was brick, old brick, the kind laid by hand, the mortar crumbling in places. And there was a gap, a section where several bricks had been removed, leaving a hole about 2 feet wide and 3 feet high, just large enough for a person to crawl through. The hole was dark. My flashlight beam penetrated maybe 6 feet before the darkness seemed to absorb it. I could see rough walls made of the same old brick. It was a space behind the wall, a void that shouldn't be there, and from that darkness, I heard breathing. Not labored breathing, not the gasp of someone in distress. This was slow, rhythmic. Deep inhalations followed by long exhalations. The breathing of something large, something resting, something aware. I backed away from the hole. Every instinct told me to leave, to get back to the elevator, to call someone, but I couldn't stop staring at that gap in the wall. The breathing continued, steady and deliberate, and I realized it was matching the rhythm of the building's own sounds, the expansion and contraction of the pipes, the cycle of the HVAC system, like whatever was in there had learned to breathe with the building itself. "Who's there?" My voice came out barely above a whisper. The breathing stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the building seemed to hold its breath. I stood frozen, my flashlight pointed at the hole, waiting for something to emerge, something to move. Nothing happened. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only 30 seconds, I backed out of the storage room. I closed the door, tested it. Still locked somehow. The lock had engaged even though the door had been open. I radioed up to the front desk even though I was the only one on duty. I had to document this. My voice on the recording would be time-stamped. Security log, 2:17 a.m. Found unsecured storage room on B3. Evidence of structural damage. Possible intruder. Investigating. I should have left it at that. Should have gone back upstairs, filed a report, let the day shift deal with it. But I had 6 hours left on my shift, and the thought of leaving that hole unguarded, knowing something was down there breathing in the dark, I couldn't do it. I went to the maintenance office on B1 and got a work lamp, the kind on a stand with a bright halogen bulb. I brought it down to B3, set it up in the corridor pointing at the storage room door. At least I'd see if anything came out. The rest of my shift, I stayed on B3. I told myself I was being professional, thorough. But really, I needed to watch that door. Every 30 minutes, I'd check it. Still closed, still locked. But each time I got close, I'd hear it again. That breathing, slow and steady, coming from behind the wall. At 4 a.m., something changed. I was sitting in the corridor, maybe 20 feet from the storage room door, filling out my incident report. The work lamp cast a circle of white light, and beyond it, the corridor stretched into shadow. I was writing when I heard a new sound. Scratching, not like an animal scratching at a door. This was rhythmic, deliberate, like someone running their fingernails along brick, coming from inside the storage room, from behind that wall. The sound continued for maybe a minute, then stopped, then started again, in a different rhythm. Long scratch, 3 short scratches, pause. Long scratch, 3 short scratches, pause. Over and over. It was a pattern, a signal. Against every ounce of common sense I had, I approached the door. The scratching got louder as I got closer. I pressed my ear against the metal door, and I could hear it clearly now. The scratching, yes, but underneath it, something else. A voice, whispering, too low to make out the words, but definitely a voice, human, or something that had learned to sound human. The whispering stopped, the scratching stopped, and then, clear as day, I heard it speak. Help me. 2 words. Male voice, hoarse, desperate. Coming from behind that wall, my hand went to the door handle. Someone was trapped back there. That was the only explanation that made sense. Maybe a homeless person had found a way in, gotten stuck in that hidden space. Maybe a maintenance worker had gone in to investigate and couldn't get back out. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The storage room was exactly as I'd left it, except now the smell was stronger, Not musty anymore. This was the smell of something living. Body odor, but wrong. Sour and sharp. I grabbed my flashlight and moved to the back corner, to the hole in the wall. The breathing had started again, but faster now. Excited. "I'm here," I called out. "Can you move? Can you come to the opening? Help me." The voice again, closer now, just beyond the reach of my flashlight beam. "Please. I can't move. I've been here so long." I should have stopped. Should have called for backup. For the police. For anyone. But the voice sounded so desperate, so human. I made a decision I still regret. I got down on my hands and knees and crawled through the hole in the wall. The space behind the wall was larger than I expected. My flashlight revealed a corridor, maybe 4 feet high and 3 feet wide, running parallel to the storage room. The brick walls were old, older than the building itself. This wasn't modern construction. This was something from before. Something the building had been constructed over. The corridor extended maybe 20 feet before turning. The floor was dirt, packed hard from age, and there were marks in the dirt. Drag marks. Like something had been pulled along this passage. "Where are you?" I called out. "Here." The voice came from around the corner. Just a little further. "Please." I crawled forward. The ceiling got lower, the walls closer. My shoulders brushed against brick on both sides. The air was thick and hard to breathe. The smell was overwhelming now. I reached the corner and shined my light around it. The corridor opened into a small chamber, maybe 6 feet across. The walls were covered in scratches, hundreds of them, thousands, overlapping and crisscrossing. Some looked fresh, some looked decades old. The marks of fingernails worn down to nothing, and in the center of the chamber, there was nothing. No person, no body, nothing but dirt floor, and those scratched walls, and the overwhelming smell of something that lived in darkness. The breathing was all around me now, not from one direction, from everywhere, from the walls themselves. Deep inhalations that made the air pressure change, that made my ears pop. I scrambled backward, my flashlight beam jerking wildly. I had to get out, had to get back through that hole, back to the storage room, back to anywhere but here. That's when I felt it, a hand on my ankle, cold, wet, the fingers too long, the grip too strong. I screamed. I kicked. My boot connected with something solid but yielding, like kicking a side of meat. The grip released, and I scrambled forward, crawling as fast as I could through that narrow corridor. Behind me, I could hear it following. Not crawling, sliding. A wet, dragging sound against the dirt and brick. I burst through the hole into the storage room, fell forward onto the concrete floor. I spun around, my flashlight pointed at the opening. For just a moment, I saw it. A face. Pale, almost translucent skin stretched over a skull. Eyes that were too large, too dark. A mouth that opened too wide, revealing nothing but blackness inside. And then it was gone, pulled back into the darkness. The breathing continued, but it was retreating, moving deeper into that hidden space. I ran. I didn't close the storage room door, didn't stop to collect the work lamp. I ran to the service elevator, jabbed the button, and didn't breathe properly again until I was back on the ground floor, in the lobby, under the normal lights, in a space where things made sense. I quit that night. Called my supervisor at 5 a.m., told him I was done. He tried to convince me to at least finish my shift. I refused. I left my uniform, my keys, my equipment in a pile on the security desk and walked out. I haven't been back. The building management called me a few days later. They wanted to know why I'd abandoned my post, why I'd left that storage room door open. I told them there was an intruder, that I'd been attacked. They sent maintenance down to investigate. They found the hole in the wall. They explored the corridor behind it, the chamber with the scratches. They filed a report. According to that report, they found evidence of homeless encampment, some old blankets, empty food containers. They sealed the hole with fresh bricks and cement. Problem solved. But that's not what was down there. I know what I heard, what I felt, what I saw. I've been researching the Kellerman Building since then. The land it stands on has a history. In the 1800s, it was the site of the city's first public hospital. Before that, a poorhouse. Before that, according to some records, a mass grave for plague victims. The building is literally constructed on top of layers of death, and those tunnels beneath it, they're not on any modern blueprints, but in old city records from the 1892, there are mentions of underground passages and ventilation corridors associated with the poorhouse, places where the sick were kept separate from the healthy, places where people were sent to die out of sight, in the dark. I think something from those passages is still there, still breathing, still waiting in the walls, learning the rhythms of the building, mimicking human voices, calling out to anyone who gets close enough to hear. The new security guard who took my job, he lasted 2 weeks, quit suddenly, wouldn't give a reason. The one after him made it a month. The building is having trouble keeping night security now. They've started using contractors who don't know the history, who don't ask questions. But I've been watching the news. 2 months ago, a maintenance worker went missing. He was working on the 3rd basement level, repairing a water leak. They found his tools, his phone, but not him. The official explanation is that he walked off the job. But I know those tunnels are bigger than anyone realizes. And I know what's down there is hungry. It's been breathing in those walls for over 100 years. Waiting, learning, getting stronger. And one night, it's going to stop hiding. It's going to stop waiting. It's going to crawl up through those storage rooms, through the mechanical spaces, into the building itself. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear it, even though I'm miles away, in a different apartment, a different part of the city. I hear that slow, rhythmic breathing. I feel that change in air pressure, and I know it's not real, that it's just in my head, just the memory of that night. But then I remember, before I ran, before I left that storage room, I looked back one more time, and I saw marks in the dust on the floor, fresh marks, leading from the hole in the wall to the door, leading out. Whatever is breathing in those walls, I don't think it's trapped down there anymore. I think it's learned how to leave. And if you ever work night security in an old building, if you ever hear breathing coming from behind the walls, matching the rhythm of the pipes and the radiators, don't investigate. Don't try to help. Don't listen when it calls out to you, because it's not asking for help. It's asking you to come closer, so it can breathe you in too. There are places in every city that exist in the gaps between what's official and what's real. Places that show up on old maps but not new ones. Places that everyone has forgotten, except for the people who can't forget. I found one of those places, and I wish to God I hadn't. My name is David Chen, and I was a transit photographer. That's not an official title. I'm a freelance photographer who specializes in urban infrastructure, specifically subway systems. I document stations, trains, the architecture of underground transit. My work has been published in architecture magazines, urban planning journals, that sort of thing. I'm good at what I do because I'm thorough. I don't just photograph the pretty Art Deco stations that tourists flock to. I document everything the utilitarian concrete boxes from the 1,960 seconds, the abandoned platforms, the closed stations that are slowly being reclaimed by rust and water damage. I tell the complete story of a city's transit system, not just the parts they want you to see. 3 months ago, I was working on a long-term project documenting closed subway stations in my city. There are dozens of them platforms that were closed due to low ridership, stations that became redundant when lines were rerouted, spaces that just fell out of use and were sealed up. Some are accessible with permission from the transit authority. Others require more creative methods of entry. I had a contact at the transit authority, a guy named Robert who worked in the records department. He'd helped me before, providing historical blueprints and sometimes access to closed sections. When I told him I wanted to document every closed station in the system, he gave me a list of locations. 17 stations closed between 1951 and 2004. But when I cross-referenced his list with my own research, I found a discrepancy. There was a station that appeared on maps from the 1950 seconds and 60 seconds that wasn't on his list. The station was labeled as Riverside 47 on a 1954 transit map, but it didn't appear on any map after 1967. I asked Robert about it. He looked through his records and came back to me confused. According to the Transit Authority's official history, Riverside 47TH never existed. There was no record of its construction, no record of its closure. The Transit Authority had no documentation about it at all. But I had the maps. I had newspaper articles from the 1950 seconds mentioning the station. I had photographs from the city archives showing the entrance a beautiful Art Deco pavilion on 47th Street, with bronze doors and limestone facing. The station had existed, and then, somehow, it had been erased from the official record. That's when I knew I had to find it. I spent 2 weeks researching. I found the original construction plans in the city archives, blueprints from 1938, showing a 2-platform station at the intersection of Riverside Drive and 47th Street. I found budget reports from the 1940 seconds detailing maintenance costs. I even found a few personal accounts in old newspapers, letters to the editor complaining about the station's poor lighting or praising its beautiful tilework. And then, in 1967, all mentions stopped. The station vanished from maps, from transit authority records, from public consciousness. The Art Deco entrance was demolished, and according to city records, a small office building was constructed on the site in 1971. But the platforms below? According to the blueprints, they should still be there. Sealed, abandoned, but intact. 2 levels underground, accessible from the tunnel network. I had to see it. Getting access to active subway tunnels is dangerous and illegal. I'm not going to detail exactly how I did it, but I'll say this. There are always gaps in security, always moments when maintenance crews take their breaks, always access points that aren't quite as locked as they should be. On a Tuesday night in July, at 2:30 a.m., I entered the tunnel system through a maintenance access point near 42nd Street. I had my camera equipment, heavy-duty flashlights, and a transit map marked with the location where Riverside 47TH should be. The plan was to walk the tunnel northbound to 47th Street, locate the sealed platforms, document them, and get out before the first train ran at 5:15 a.m. I'd done this before. I knew the risks. I knew the timing. What I didn't know was what I was going to find. The tunnel was exactly as I expected. Dark, damp, the third rail humming with electricity that could kill me if I touched it. I walked along the narrow maintenance catwalk, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The sound of water dripping was constant, echoing off the curved tunnel walls. Every few minutes, I'd feel a rumble as a train passed through a parallel tunnel. It took me 40 minutes to reach 47th Street. I knew I was in the right location because I could see a ventilation grate above me, and through it, I could hear the distant sound of street traffic. According to my calculations, the sealed entrance to Riverside 47T8 should be just ahead, and then I saw it. A wall, a solid wall of cinder blocks and concrete, completely blocking the tunnel. But it wasn't a natural part of the tunnel construction. This was clearly added later, sealing off a section that had once been open. The concrete was stained with age and water damage, but it looked solid. I examined the wall closely with my flashlight. There had to be a way through a maintenance door, an access panel, something. I walked along the wall, running my hand over the rough surface, and then I found it. A section where the mortar had crumbled away, where water damage had eaten through the concrete. There was a gap, maybe 2 feet wide and 3 feet high, just large enough to crawl through. I set up my camera on a tripod and took photographs of the wall, of the gap, documenting everything. Then I squeezed through the opening. The air on the other side was different. Stale, yes, but also warmer. The sound changed too. The constant drip of water was gone, replaced by an odd stillness. My flashlight revealed that I was in a short corridor, maybe 20 feet long, with white tile walls, Art Deco style, just like the photographs from the 1,950 seconds. At the end of the corridor, there were stairs leading down. I descended the stairs slowly, my footsteps echoing. The tilework was beautiful geometric patterns in cream and blue, with brass accents that had turned green with age. This was exactly the kind of architecture I loved to document, the kind that modern stations had lost. At the bottom of the stairs, I emerged onto the platform, and I stopped breathing. The station was pristine, not just preserved pristine, as if it had been maintained, cleaned, cared for every day since 1967. The tile floors gleamed. The brass fixtures were polished. The wooden benches along the platform looked freshly varnished. Original advertisements still hung on the walls in their frames, ads for cigarettes, for Broadway shows, for products that hadn't existed in decades. But they weren't faded or yellowed. They looked new. The platform itself was maybe 200 feet long, with the characteristic curved ceiling of stations from that era. Light fixtures, original fixtures with frosted glass shades hung every 20 feet. And here's the thing that made my skin crawl. They were on. Not all of them, but every third or fourth fixture was glowing with a soft, warm light, powered by electricity that, according to every official record, should have been cut off 57 years ago. I stood there, trying to process what I was seeing. Someone was maintaining this place. Someone had kept it clean, kept the lights on, preserved it like a museum. But who? And why? And how had they kept it secret for over half a century? I started photographing everything. The tile work, the benches, the advertisements, the light fixtures. I documented every detail, my camera shutter clicking in the silence. The platform was completely empty, no trash, no graffiti, no evidence that anyone had been here in years, except for the impossible cleanliness. I walked the length of the platform, shooting continuously. At the far end, there was a service door marked "Authorized Personnel Only." I tried the handle. It was unlocked. The door opened into a corridor lined with storage rooms and what looked like old crew quarters. Again, everything was clean, organized, maintained. One room had lockers, still bearing the names of transit workers from the 1962nd. Another had a table and chairs, a coffee pot, a calendar on the wall. The calendar was from 1967. May 1967. The last page before the station closed, but there was a mug on the table, a coffee mug, and when I touched it, it was warm. I backed out of that room. Someone was here. Someone was actively using this space. I needed to leave, needed to get back through that gap in the wall before whoever was maintaining this place found me. I turned to head back to the platform, and that's when I saw the wall. The wall opposite the service rooms, the one that should have been tiled like everything else, was different. It was covered in drawings, children's drawings, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, taped and pinned and pasted over every inch of the wall. Crayon drawings of houses and families and animals, pencil sketches of faces, marker drawings of rainbows and suns, the kind of drawings children make, innocent, cheerful, and every single one was signed, names and dates, and the dates were recent, within the last 5 years. I moved closer, my flashlight illuminating the drawings. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my camera and started photographing them. There were so many, each one carefully preserved, protected in plastic sleeves or laminated. The names were written in children's handwriting. Emma, age 7, Jacob, age 9, Sarah, age 6. And then I recognized one of the names, Emma Hartwell, age 7. The drawing was dated 3 years ago. I knew that name. Everyone in the city knew that name. Emma Hartwell had gone missing 3 years ago, vanished from a playground 6 blocks from here. The case had been all over the news for months. There were still missing person posters with her face on telephone poles throughout the neighborhood. I looked at more drawings, reading the names. Jacob Morrison, Sarah Chen, David Okonkwo. Names that tugged at my memory, names I'd heard before but couldn't quite place. Then I understood. These were all missing children. Every single drawing on this wall was made by a child who had disappeared from this neighborhood. Some recently, some years ago, some decades ago. I found drawings dated from the 1972nd, the 1982nd, every decade since the station closed, and they were still being added to. The most recent drawing was dated 2 months ago. I started photographing frantically, capturing every drawing, every name, every date. This was evidence. This was proof of something horrible, something that had been happening for over 50 years. I needed to document it all. Needed to get this to the police, to the media, to anyone who would listen. I was so focused on the drawings that I didn't hear the footsteps at first. Didn't notice the soft scuff of shoes on the tile floor behind me, but I heard the voice. "You shouldn't be here." I spun around. There was a man standing at the entrance to the platform. He was old, maybe in his 70s, wearing a vintage transit authority uniform, the kind they stopped issuing in the 1980 seconds. His face was gaunt, his eyes sunken, but there was an intensity in his gaze that froze me in place. "This is a closed station," he said. His voice was calm, almost gentle. "You need to leave. These drawings," I managed to say. "These children. What is this place?" He looked past me at the wall, and something like sadness crossed his face. "A memorial," he said quietly, "for the ones who got lost." Lost? These children didn't get lost. They were taken. They're missing, some of them for decades. They found their way here, the old man said. They always find their way here. This station, it's a special place, a thin place, between the world up there and somewhere else. I backed away from him, toward the wall with the drawings. "You need to explain this to the police. These families, they deserve answers." The old man shook his head. "I can't explain it. I've been trying to understand it for 40 years. I was here the night they sealed the station, 1967. I was part of the crew. We sealed it because of the children. They kept appearing on the platform, late at night, after the last train. Children who shouldn't have been able to get in. Children who had been reported missing weeks or months before. The transit authority didn't know what to do. They couldn't explain it, so they closed the station, erased it from the records, pretended it never existed. But the children kept coming. I'd find them down here, sitting on the benches, waiting. They couldn't tell me how they got here. They couldn't remember. They'd just appear. What happened to them? I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. They'd wait for a while. Hours, sometimes days. And then they'd walk into the tunnel. Just walk into the darkness. And they'd vanish. Completely. No trace. No body. Nothing. He looked at me with haunted eyes. I couldn't stop them. I tried. God, I tried. But they'd just walk past me, like I wasn't there. "The drawings," I said. "How did you get the drawings?" "They'd leave them behind, on the benches, on the floor, like they were marking that they'd been here, leaving a record. So I started collecting them, preserving them. It felt like the only thing I could do, the only way to honor them." I looked at the wall again, at the hundreds of children's drawings, a memorial to the lost, a record of something impossible. "I need to leave," I said. "I need to tell someone about this." The old man didn't move to stop me. "You can tell them, but they won't believe you. They never do. And the photographs, check your camera. Check it now." With shaking hands, I looked at my camera's display, scrolling through the photos I'd just taken. The shots of the platform, the benches, the light fixtures, they were all there, perfect. But the photographs of the wall, of the drawings, they showed only blank tile, white, empty tile. No drawings, no names, no dates. "It doesn't want to be known," the old man said. "Whatever this place is, whatever happens here, it protects itself. People like you come down here sometimes, looking for the lost station. They take their photographs. They leave, and their photos show nothing but an abandoned platform. Empty, forgotten. But I know what I saw," I said. "I know these drawings are real." "Yes," he agreed. "You know, and you'll remember. But you won't be able to prove it, and eventually you'll start to doubt your own memory. That's what this place does." I left. I climbed back up the stairs, squeezed through the gap in the wall, and made my way back through the tunnel. I emerged into the pre-dawn darkness and went straight home. I downloaded all my photographs immediately, backing them up to multiple drives. The old man was right. The photos of the drawing wall showed nothing, just white tile. But I remembered every detail, every name, every date. I went to the police. I told them about the station, about the drawings, about the missing children. They were polite, but skeptical. They asked for proof. I showed them my photographs of the platform, of the pristine tilework, of the lights that shouldn't be on. They said it was interesting, but without evidence of the drawings, without the names and dates, there was nothing they could investigate. I reached out to the families of the missing children I remembered, the ones I'd seen on the wall. I told them I'd found drawings by their children. They asked where. I told them about the station. Some hung up on me. Others listened, but clearly didn't believe me. One mother started crying and asked me to please stop, to let her try to move on. I went back to my contact at the transit authority, Robert. I told him everything I'd found. He listened, made notes, and said he'd look into it. A week later, he called me. According to his investigation, the sealed section at 47th Street was just a structural wall put in place during line modifications in 1968. There was no station behind it, no platform, nothing. But he said something strange at the end of the call. He said, "David, I did find one thing. In the old records, there are some incident reports from 1967, before the station was closed. Reports of children being found on the platform late at night, children who had been reported missing. The reports stop in May 1967. The same month, the station was closed. But there's a note in the file. It just says, 'Problem persists. Recommend permanent seal and record deletion.'" So they knew. The transit authority knew. They sealed the station, erased it from existence, and they knew why. I haven't been back to the station. Part of me is afraid of what I'll find. Afraid that I'll see new drawings on the wall. Afraid that I'll learn more names of children who have gone missing, who have found their way to that impossible platform, waiting for a train that will take them somewhere I can't follow. But I watch the news now. I watch for reports of missing children in that neighborhood. And when I see a new case, I know that somewhere, 2 levels underground, in a station that officially doesn't exist, there's a child adding their drawing to that wall, signing their name, marking the date, leaving a record of their last moments before they walk into the darkness. 3 weeks ago, there was a new case. A girl, 9 years old, vanished from a bus stop on 45th Street. She was there one moment, gone the next. No witnesses saw anything. The police have no leads. Her name is Riley Martinez. And I know that if I went back to that station, if I squeezed through that gap in the wall and descended those stairs, I'd find a new drawing on the wall. A drawing of a house, or a family, or a rainbow. Signed, Riley, age 9. With this week's date. I won't go back. I can't. Because the old man was right. I can't save them. I can't stop them from walking into the darkness. All I can do is remember. Remember that they were here. Remember their names. Remember that in the forgotten spaces beneath our city, something is happening that no one wants to acknowledge. Something that's been happening for over 50 years. And it's still happening. If you have children, hold them close. Know where they are. Because there are places in this city, in every city that exist in the gaps. Places that call to the lost, the vulnerable, the ones who wander too far from safety. And once they find their way to those places, once they step onto that platform and wait for the train that's always coming but never arrives, they're already gone. The only thing Left behind is their drawing on the wall, their name, their age, and the date they disappeared. A memorial to the forgotten, in a station that doesn't exist. Last night I had a dream. I was standing on that platform in Riverside 47TH. The lights were on. The station was pristine, and the benches were full of children, dozens of them, sitting quietly, patiently, looking down the dark tunnel, waiting. And when I woke up, I checked the news. Another child is missing. Her name is Sophie, and I already know what her drawing will look like. Some secrets don't want to stay buried, and some confessions aren't looking for forgiveness, they're looking for an audience. I learned that the hard way. My name is Mike Kowalski, and for the past 6 years, I've worked maintenance at Concordia University. It's a mid-sized college in the Midwest, one of those campuses with a mix of historic buildings from the 1892 and modern structures from the last 20 years. Beautiful place, honestly. Old trees, brick buildings, the kind of campus you see on brochures. But underneath all that beauty, there's a network most students don't know exists. Steam tunnels, miles of them, connecting every building on campus. They carry the heating and cooling systems, electrical conduits, water lines, all the infrastructure that keeps a university running. Some sections are tall enough to walk through comfortably, others you have to crouch or crawl. It's hot in winter, sweltering in summer, and always dark except for the occasional maintenance light. I spend a lot of time down there. That's my job, checking pipes, fixing leaks, making sure nothing breaks down during the semester. I know those tunnels better than anyone. Every junction, every access point, every section that floods during heavy rain. So when I found the letters, I knew immediately they'd been placed in a spot where no one would accidentally stumble across them. Someone had to know the tunnel system intimately to find that location. It was early September, right before fall semester started. I was doing my annual inspection of the older sections, the original tunnels from the 1892, the ones with brick walls and arched ceilings that look almost medieval. These sections aren't used much anymore. Newer tunnels handle most of the heavy-duty infrastructure, but they still need to be checked. I was in a section beneath Whitman Hall, one of the oldest classroom buildings, when I noticed something odd. There was a maintenance alcove, just a small recessed space in the brick wall where workers from 100 years ago would have stored tools or taken breaks, maybe 4 feet deep, 3 feet wide. I'd been past it 1,000 times, but this time, there was something wedged into a gap between the bricks at the back of the alcove. A piece of paper, folded multiple times, yellowed with age. I pulled it out carefully. The paper was old but not ancient, maybe 30, 40 years old. It had been protected from moisture by its position deep in the bricks. I unfolded it under my work light. It was a letter, handwritten in neat cursive. No date, no signature. It read, asterisk, I need to confess what I did to Margaret Simmons in the spring of 1984. Everyone thinks she dropped out, moved back home to Ohio. That's what I told the administration when they asked, but Margaret never left campus. I made sure of that. She's still here, in a way. In the old boiler room beneath Henderson, behind the wall we sealed during the renovation. No one will ever find her. I've carried this for 3 years now. It gets heavier, but I can't tell anyone who would actually do something about it. So, I'm telling the tunnels. Maybe that's enough. Asterisk. I stood there in the dim tunnel, reading and rereading those words. This had to be a joke, right? Some student's creative writing exercise that ended up down here, or maybe something from a campus mystery game. But something about the handwriting, the careful folding, the placement, it felt real. It felt like an actual confession. I took a photo of the letter with my phone and kept searching the alcove. That's when I found the others. There were 7 more letters, each one wedged into different gaps in the brickwork. Each one older than the last, judging by the paper quality. I carefully extracted and photographed all of them. Different handwriting on each one. Different confessions. A letter from someone claiming they'd pushed a student named David Chen off the library roof in 1991, making it look like suicide. A letter describing how the writer had poisoned their roommate slowly over the course of a semester in 1979, making it look like an undiagnosed illness. A letter confessing to setting the fire in the science building in 1988 that killed a night janitor. Each letter was detailed, specific. They included names, dates, methods, and none of them were signed. They were confessions, without attribution, crimes admitted to the darkness, and nothing more. I sat in that tunnel for an hour, my hands shaking, reading through the letters multiple times. If these were real, if even one of them was real, these were unsolved crimes. Murders that had been covered up or mistaken for accidents or natural causes. I needed to report this. I gathered the letters carefully, placed them in a plastic evidence bag I had in my toolkit, and headed back to my office. I called campus security first, explained what I'd found. They told me to bring everything to the police. The police took it seriously. They took my statement, photographed each letter, and sent them for analysis. The handwriting on each letter was examined by experts. The paper was tested to confirm the approximate age, and then they started investigating the names mentioned in the letters. Margaret Simmons, there was a record of a student by that name who had attended Concordia in 1984. She'd withdrawn in May of that year, citing family reasons. No one had heard from her since. Her family had reported her missing in 1986, but the trail went cold. The case was never solved. David Chen, a student who died in 1,991 inches, what was ruled a suicide. He jumped from the roof of the university library. No note was found, no clear motive. The poisoned roommate from 1,979, a student named Jennifer Walsh, who died of what doctors at the time called an aggressive and unidentified illness. The symptoms matched certain poisons, but no toxicology screening had been done. The police started treating this as an active investigation. They brought in cadaver dogs to search Henderson Hall's old boiler room, and they found her, Margaret Simmons, or what was left of her. Skeletal remains, sealed behind a brick wall that had been constructed during a renovation in 1987. The dental records confirmed it. The campus was in shock. The media picked up the story. Decades. Old murder solved by maintenance worker was the headline. But the investigation stalled quickly. The letters had no fingerprints. Whoever wrote them had been careful. The handwriting couldn't be matched to anyone currently employed or enrolled. And the people who had been on campus during those years, faculty, staff, students, there were thousands of them, scattered across the country now. The case went cold again. Except now we knew these weren't accidents. These were murders. And the killer, or killers, had gotten away with it. That should have been the end of my involvement. I'd found the letters, reported them, and done my part. But 3 weeks after the police investigation stalled, I was back in the tunnels for a routine maintenance check, and I found another letter, in the same alcove, in the same type of gap in the brickwork. But this letter was new. The paper was fresh. The ink barely dry. Asterisk. I've been watching the news. I see they found Margaret. I wondered if anyone ever would. It's been so long. But now you're all asking questions, looking for answers, and I realize something. I'm not done. I thought I was. I thought after Sarah, 2019 East Campus Apartments, 3rd floor, carbon monoxide, everyone thought it was an accident. I'd finally have peace. But seeing Margaret's name in the headlines again, it's like being invited back to work. There's a student named Chris Mendoza, senior, lives alone in Stafford Hall. He reminds me of David. Same arrogance, same certainty that he matters. He won't matter much longer. By the time you find this letter, he'll already be gone, and you'll call it an accident. You always do. Asterisk. I didn't read the whole letter there in the tunnel. I ran. I sprinted back to my office, called 911, and read them the letter over the phone. They dispatched officers immediately to Stafford Hall, to Chris Mendoza's room. They found him unconscious. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Someone had tampered with the heating vent in his room, routing exhaust fumes into his space. Another hour, and he would have been dead. He survived, barely, and was hospitalized with severe CO poisoning. The letter was processed as evidence. This time, there were forensics to work with the fresh paper, the new ink, the timeline. Whoever had placed this letter in the tunnels had done so within the previous 24 hours. Campus security pulled surveillance footage from every access point to the steam tunnels. Nothing. Whoever was doing this knew the tunnels too well. They knew which access points had cameras and which didn't. They knew which sections were regularly patrolled and which were forgotten. But now we knew something crucial. The person writing these letters was still here, still on campus, still active, and they were killing students. The police established a task force. They assigned officers to patrol the tunnel access points. They installed new cameras, new locks, new security measures. I was interviewed multiple times, asked about everyone who had access to the tunnels, everyone who knew the layout. The list was long. Maintenance staff, obviously, but also facilities, administrators, campus security, contractors who'd worked on renovations, even some engineering students who'd done projects in the tunnels. Hundreds of people had legitimate access at some point, and the killer was one of them. For 2 months, nothing happened. No new letters, no new incidents. Campus security started to relax, thinking maybe the increased attention had scared the killer off. The task force was scaled back. Life returned to something like normal. Then I found the next letter, not in the alcove this time. This one was placed directly on my workbench in the maintenance office, left there overnight between my evening departure at 6 p.m. and my morning arrival at 7 a.m. The office had been locked. The security cameras in the hallway showed no one entering or leaving. The letter was addressed to me. My name was on the envelope. I didn't open it. I called the police immediately. They came with their evidence team, processed the envelope, and opened it carefully. Inside was a single page. Asterisk. Hello, Mike. You've become quite the celebrity. The maintenance man who found the confession letters. The hero who saved Chris Mendoza. They're even talking about giving you an award at the spring ceremony. But Mike, you're not a hero. You're just a messenger. I chose that alcove specifically because I knew you'd find it eventually. You're thorough, methodical. You check every section, even the ones everyone else ignores. I've been watching you work for years. Did you know that? Years. I've watched you in the tunnels. walking right past me sometimes, never knowing I was there. The tunnels are bigger than you think. There are sections that aren't on any map, spaces between spaces, and I know all of them. You found my old letters, my old confessions. And now you've interrupted my work with Chris. He's alive, recovering, telling everyone about his accident. But we both know it wasn't an accident, just like we both know there will be others. Because I'm not done, Mike. I'll never be done. This is who I am. This is what I do. And these letters, they're not for the police. They're not even really confessions. They're trophies. Proof of what I've accomplished. Proof that I can operate in plain sight, in the heart of this campus, for decades. And no one can stop me. Not you. Not the police. No one. I'll leave you another letter soon. Maybe in the alcove. Maybe somewhere new. Maybe somewhere you'll have to work harder to find. It's become a game now, hasn't it? I hide them, you find them, the police investigate, and nothing changes. Nothing ever changes. See you in the tunnels, Mike. Asterisk. That was 6 weeks ago. I don't work alone in the tunnels anymore. When I have to go down there for maintenance, I take a police escort. Campus security has assigned an officer to shadow me during my shifts. They've installed panic buttons in major tunnel junctions. They've done everything they can to make the tunnels safe. But I can feel it. When I'm down there, even with an officer 10 feet behind me, I can feel someone watching. I'll turn a corner and catch a flicker of movement in the shadows. I'll hear footsteps that stop just before I can locate them. I'll find marks in the dust, handprints, footprints that weren't there an hour before. The police have searched every inch of the tunnels. Multiple times. They've brought in dogs, thermal imaging, everything. They've found nothing. No hidden rooms. No secret passages, no evidence of anyone living down there, but the letters keep appearing. One showed up in the campus mailroom, mixed in with regular mail, addressed to the police chief. Another was found tucked into a library book, a book about unsolved murders. The most recent one was discovered by a student, taped to the inside of her dorm room door. Each letter contains details about past crimes, past victims, students who died or disappeared over the last 40 years. And each letter confirms what we already suspected. This has been going on for decades. One person, moving through the tunnels beneath the campus, selecting victims, killing them, and then confessing to the darkness. The police are no closer to identifying the killer. The FBI has been called in. Forensic psychologists have analyzed the letters, built a profile, but it hasn't helped. The killer is too careful, too patient, and they have home field advantage. They know these tunnels in ways that no one else does. Chris Mendoza transferred to another university. He couldn't stay here, knowing someone had tried to kill him, knowing they were still out there. I don't blame him. Other students have left too. Enrollment is down. Parents are pulling their kids out. The university is hemorrhaging reputation and revenue, but they can't close. They can't admit that they have an unsolvable problem. Me? I've thought about quitting. Finding another job, another campus, anywhere but here. But I keep coming back to something the killer wrote. I've been watching you for years. If I leave, if I run, does that make me complicit in whatever comes next? If I'm the one finding the letters, maybe I'm the only thing standing between the killer and complete invisibility. Maybe my presence, my thoroughness is the only thing keeping them from operating completely in the shadows. Or maybe that's what they want me to think. Maybe I'm not finding the letters, maybe they're being delivered to me. Maybe this whole thing is personal, and I'm not the hunter, I'm the prey. Last week, I found something in the alcove. Not a letter this time, a photograph, black and white, aged but clear. It showed the tunnel beneath Whitman Hall, the exact spot where I found the first letters, and in the photo, barely visible in the shadows at the edge of the frame, there was a figure, just standing there, watching the camera. On the back of the photo, written in the same handwriting as the letters, 1987, 37 years ago. This person has been using these tunnels, leaving evidence, watching, killing, for at least 37 years. If they were an adult in 1987, they'd be in their late 50s or 60s now, still on campus, still working here, or teaching here, or maybe retired but visiting regularly. Someone who blends in, someone no one suspects. I'm writing this down because I need someone else to know. I need to create my own record, just in case, because I've started to realize something. I might be the next letter. I might be the next confession. Asterisk. I did it to Mike Kowalski, the maintenance man who found my letters. He was getting too close. He was asking too many questions, so I made sure he had an accident. It's easy in the tunnels. A fall, a steam pipe rupture, an electrical short. Accidents happen all the time in places like that. And everyone will say what a tragedy it is, how dedicated he was, how he died doing his job. But we'll both know the truth. Asterisk. That's how the next letter will read. I'm sure of it. So if something happens to me, if I have an accident in those tunnels, don't believe it. Don't let them close the case. Don't let this person keep operating in the darkness, because they're still down there, still watching, still writing, and the letters will never stop. There's a reason cities hire engineers to design their infrastructure. It's not just about making things work, it's about making sure nothing else gets in. Because once something adapts to living in your systems, once it learns the layout better than you do, you've lost control, and you can't get it back. My name is Dr. Rebecca Torres, and I'm a civil engineer specializing in urban water management. That's a fancy way of saying I deal with the systems that keep cities from flooding, storm drains, culverts, detention basins, the networks of pipes and channels that route rainwater away from streets and buildings. It's not glamorous work, but it's essential, and most of the time it's straightforward. You survey the system, identify problem areas, design solutions, implement them. Clean, logical, predictable, until it's not. 18 months ago, I was hired by the city to investigate a flooding problem in the Riverside district. It's an older neighborhood, late 19th century construction, with a storm drain system that had been expanded and modified dozens of times over the decades. Parts of it dated back to the 1,880 seconds. The problem was localized but severe. During heavy rains, water would back up in specific areas, flooding basements and street-level businesses. The city had tried various fixes over the years, clearing blockages, upgrading pumps, installing overflow channels, but nothing worked for long. The flooding would stop for a few months, then return, often worse than before. My job was to figure out why. I started with the blueprints. The city provided me with every schematic, every modification record, every maintenance log going back 50 years. I spent 2 weeks in the records office, compiling a complete map of the Riverside district's storm drain system, or trying to, because the records didn't match. Different blueprints from different eras showed different layouts. Pipes that should have connected didn't. Channels that appeared on one map were missing from others. It was a mess not unusual for old infrastructure, but more chaotic than I'd seen before. The only way to get accurate information was to survey the system myself, go down into the storm drains with GPS equipment and mapping tools, physically trace every pipe and channel, and create a new, accurate schematic. So that's what I did. Storm drains aren't like sewers, that's a common misconception. Storm drains only carry rainwater. They don't connect to the sanitary sewer system. They're cleaner, less hazardous, though still not pleasant. Dark, damp, usually about 5 to 8 feet in diameter, depending on capacity needs. You wear waders, carry waterproof flashlights, and bring a radio in case of sudden storms. I started my survey on a clear day in October. The forecast showed no rain for at least 48 hours. I had my equipment, my mapping tablet, and a safety officer from the Public Works Department, a guy named Tom, who'd worked with the city for 20 years. We entered through a maintenance access point on Riverside Avenue, descending a metal ladder into the main trunk line. The drain was about 7 feet in diameter here, made of reinforced concrete, with a steady trickle of water running down the center from recent rains. Our flashlight beams revealed walls covered in mineral deposits and algae, the ceiling stained with rust from rebar oxidation. Standard conditions. Nothing unusual. We walked downstream, following the main trunk, me taking measurements and GPS coordinates, Tom photographing structural conditions. Every 100 feet or so, we'd encounter a junction where smaller lateral drains fed into the main line. I'd note their positions, their diameters, their flow rates. After about an hour, we reached a section where the concrete construction transitioned to older brick and stone. This was the original 1,882nd system. The ceiling lowered to maybe 6 feet, forcing us to hunch slightly. The walls were beautiful, in a way hand-laid brick in arched patterns, craftsmanship you don't see anymore. But the layout was wrong. According to my compiled blueprints, this section should have been straight for at least 300 feet. Instead, after maybe 50 feet, it curved sharply to the right, a curve that didn't appear on any map. I stopped, consulted my tablet. Tom noticed my confusion. "Problem?" he asked. "This curve," I said. "It's not on the schematics. None of them." Tom shrugged. "Old systems, Doc. Things change, records get lost. Not unusual." He was right, of course. But something about it bothered me. The curve was too deliberate, too smooth. It wasn't a modification made to avoid an obstruction. It looked intentional, designed. We followed the curve. It led into a section I'd never seen documented anywhere. A large junction chamber, maybe 20 feet across, with 6 different tunnels branching off in different directions. The chamber was constructed from a mix of old stone and newer concrete, like someone had renovated and expanded an original structure. "You ever been down here?" I asked Tom. He played his flashlight around the chamber, his expression uncertain. "No. I've worked the Riverside system for 15 years, and I've never seen this chamber. It's not on any of the access maps we use." I started photographing everything, taking detailed measurements. The 6 tunnels were all different sizes, some large enough to walk through, others barely 3 feet in diameter, and they all looked wrong. The angles were too sharp, the layouts too irregular. Storm drains follow topography, following the natural slope of the land. These tunnels seemed to ignore that principle entirely. I checked my GPS. According to the satellite positioning, we were directly under the intersection of Riverside and 5th, a busy commercial area with no reported flooding issues. Yet this massive junction chamber existed here, completely undocumented. We need to map these tunnels, I said. All of them. Figure out where they lead. Tom looked uncomfortable. That could take hours. Maybe we should come back with a larger team. He was probably right. But I was curious now. This was a significant discovery. A major piece of the city's infrastructure that had somehow been lost to records. Understanding it might explain the flooding issues. We chose the largest tunnel, one that headed roughly north. It was about 6 feet in diameter, newer concrete construction, with a steady flow of water along the bottom. We walked for maybe 200 feet before encountering another junction. This one had 3 branches. I was documenting it when Tom grabbed my arm. "You hear that?" he whispered. I listened. Under the sound of dripping water and our own breathing, there was something else. A scraping sound, rhythmic, like something being dragged along concrete. "Probably debris," I said, though I didn't quite believe it. Branch or trash bag caught in the current. The sound stopped. We waited in silence for a moment, then continued. The tunnel began to slope downward, deeper than it should have been. Storm drains are designed to gravity feed to outflows. They don't typically go deep underground. But this tunnel was descending at a steady angle, taking us farther below the surface with each step. After another 100 feet, we found something that stopped me cold. The tunnel walls had been modified. Someone had carved recesses into the concrete. Not random damage, but deliberate excavations. Maybe 2 feet deep and 3 feet wide, spaced every 10 feet along both sides of the tunnel, like alcoves or storage spaces. And they weren't empty. Each recess contained objects, personal belongings, a backpack, a shoe, a jacket, a phone, all arranged carefully, almost displayed, and all showing signs of age and water damage, like they'd been there for months or years. "What the hell is this?" Tom's voice was tight with tension. I approached one of the recesses, shining my light on the contents. The backpack was moldy, the fabric disintegrating. I could see a student ID card in the front pocket, protected by a plastic sleeve. I carefully extracted it. The ID showed a young woman, maybe 20 years old. The name was Sarah Hendricks. The date on the card was from 6 years ago. I checked another recess. A wallet, water damaged but still recognizable. Driver's license inside for a man named Marcus Webb. Expired 3 years ago. Another recess. A purse containing keys, makeup, and a phone in a waterproof case. The lock screen showed dozens of missed calls. Messages from someone named Mom, increasingly desperate. The last message was dated 2 years ago. "These are from missing people," I said quietly. "These belongings, they're from people who disappeared." Tom was backing away, his flashlight beam jerking erratically. "We need to leave. We need to call the police. This is a crime scene." He was right. But I was staring down the tunnel, at the darkness beyond our lights, and I realized something. These items had been placed in these recesses deliberately, displayed, like trophies or warnings. And if the belongings were here, where were the people? That's when we heard the voice. Not a shout or a scream, just a voice, speaking conversationally, echoing from somewhere ahead in the darkness. "You found my collection." Tom and I froze. The voice was male, calm, almost friendly, and close. Much closer than the echoes suggested. "Tom," I whispered. "Back to the junction." Slowly, we started backing up, keeping our lights pointed forward. The tunnel ahead remained empty, dark, but I could hear movement now. not the scraping from before. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps. Multiple sets of them coming from different directions. I've been using these tunnels for a long time, the voice continued, seeming to come from everywhere at once. You're the first city engineer to make it this far. Most of the maintenance workers stop at the main trunk lines. They never explore the modifications. But you're thorough. I appreciate that. We reached the junction where the 3 tunnels met. The footsteps were louder now, echoing from all 3 passages. We were surrounded. The storm drains are perfect, you know, the voice said. Miles of tunnels, most of them unexplored, unwatched. The city assumes they know the layout, but they don't. I've been expanding the system for years, adding passages, creating spaces. It's become quite extensive. A whole network beneath the network, and down here, I'm not alone anymore. From the tunnel to our left, a figure emerged into our flashlight beams. A man, maybe 40 years old, wearing filthy clothing. His skin pale from lack of sunlight. His eyes reflected our lights like an animal's. He smiled, revealing teeth that had been filed to points. We're not alone, he repeated. More figures emerged from the other tunnels. Men, women, some so emaciated I couldn't tell. All with that same pale skin, those same reflective eyes, all moving with an odd, synchronized gait. Tom screamed. He turned and ran back the way we'd come, his flashlight beam bouncing wildly. I ran after him, my heart hammering, my equipment bag bouncing against my back. Behind us, I could hear them following. Not running, walking at that same steady pace, but somehow keeping up, as if they knew every turn, every junction, every shortcut. We reached the larger junction chamber, the one with 6 tunnels. Tom went left, toward what we thought was the exit route. I followed, but after 50 feet, the tunnel ended in a wall. A dead end that hadn't been there before. Or maybe we'd taken a wrong turn. Tom pounded on the concrete, screaming for help. I spun around, my light revealing the tunnel behind us, empty. But I could hear them, getting closer. There, I said, pointing to a smaller side tunnel we'd missed. Maybe 3 feet in diameter. We'd have to crawl, but it might lead somewhere. We crawled. The tunnel was tight, claustrophobic. I could hear Tom's panicked breathing ahead of me. Behind me, I could hear them entering the tunnel. Still not hurrying. Still maintaining that calm, steady pace. Because they knew these tunnels. They'd built them. We were in their territory. The crawl space opened into another chamber. This one was different, larger, and occupied. There were sleeping areas along the walls, makeshift beds, blankets, personal belongings, dozens of them. A living space. An underground community. And in the center of the chamber, there was a map. A huge map, drawn on the wall in what looked like chalk and charcoal. It showed the storm drain system, not the official system, but the real one, the modified one. The network they'd built, it was massive. It extended under half the city. Hundreds of tunnels, chambers, and passages that didn't exist on any city schematic. An entire hidden infrastructure built inside the storm drains, invisible to everyone above. Tom saw another exit tunnel and scrambled toward it. I followed. This tunnel sloped upward, thank God. We climbed, slipping on wet concrete, scraping our hands and knees. Behind us, they kept coming. We burst out through a street-level grate, tumbling onto wet pavement. It was dark. We'd been underground for hours. Tom immediately called 911, screaming screaming about people in the tunnels, about an underground community, about being chased. The police came. They listened to our story. They sent officers down into the storm drains. They found nothing. No modified tunnels. No living spaces. No recesses with personal belongings. Just standard storm drains, exactly as the blueprints showed. But my camera footage told a different story. The photographs I'd taken showed everything, the recesses, the belongings, the map on the wall. The police forensics team analyzed the photos, identified some of the personal items. 3 of them matched missing persons cases from the past decade. The police conducted a massive search of the Riverside storm drain system. They spent 2 weeks exploring every accessible tunnel. They found evidence, scratches on walls, signs of habitation, trash and debris that suggested human presence. But they never found the modified sections, never found the chambers, never found the people. The official conclusion was that there had been homeless individuals using the storm drains as shelter, and they'd fled when we discovered them. The personal belongings were logged as evidence in the missing persons cases, but without bodies or witnesses, the investigations remained open. I resigned from the project, recommended the city hire someone else to solve the flooding issues. I couldn't go back down there. Couldn't face the possibility of encountering them again, but I've continued researching, cross-referencing missing persons cases with the storm drain locations, and there's a pattern. People disappear near specific access points, the same access points where the old, unmapped sections connect to the modern system. 17 people in the last decade. All vanished near those locations. All during or shortly after heavy rains, when the storm drains would be active, when someone could enter the system and disappear without anyone noticing. They're still down there. I know they are. Living in the sections they've carved out, the spaces they've created in the gaps of the city's infrastructure. Emerging during storms to expand their territory, to bring new people into their underground world. And the worst part? I think they're organized. I think they've been doing this for decades, maybe longer, creating a hidden society beneath the streets, modifying the storm drains to suit their needs, and the city has no idea. Because every time someone investigates, every time someone gets close to discovering the truth, the tunnels change, or they seem to. The modified sections become inaccessible, the evidence disappears. It's like the system itself is protecting them. Tom doesn't talk about what happened. He transferred to a different department, surface work only, but I've seen him sometimes, standing near storm drains during heavy rains, staring down into the darkness like he's waiting for something to emerge. I've started doing the same thing, watching the grates during storms, looking for movement in the shadows below, because I know they're there. I know they're watching the surface, waiting for the right moment, the right conditions. And I know that one day they're going to expand beyond the storm drains. One day, they're going to need more space, more resources, more people. And when that happens, the city won't be able to stop them. Because you can't fight something you can't map. You can't contain something that lives in the spaces between your infrastructure. Last week, there was another disappearance. A jogger, running near Riverside Park during a rainstorm. She was there one moment, gone the next. Her phone was found 3 days later, placed carefully on a park bench. The police are calling it a possible abduction, but I know better. She's down there now, in the tunnels, in the modified sections that don't officially exist, being integrated into their community, learning to walk with that synchronized gait, learning to see in the dark. And one day, When the system expands enough, when they have enough people, they'll stop hiding. They'll emerge. And the city will finally understand what's been living beneath it all along. If you live in a city with old infrastructure, with storm drains that date back a century or more, be careful during heavy rains. Pay attention to the grates. Listen for sounds that don't belong. Because what the city built, someone else has learned to use. What was meant to carry away water now carries something else entirely. And they're still expanding, still building, still waiting, one storm at a time. When you move into a new apartment, they give you keys. Front door, mailbox, maybe a storage unit, simple. But when your landlord tells you not to go past a certain point, when they get nervous just talking about it, that's when you should pay attention. I didn't pay attention. My name is Amanda, and 6 months ago I moved into an apartment building in the older part of the city. The kind of building that's been converted and renovated so many times, you can see the layers of history, original brick from the 1922, Art Deco fixtures from the 42, shag carpeting from the 72, still visible under the floorboards in some units. It was cheap. That should have been my first clue. A one-bedroom in a decent neighborhood for almost half the market rate. But I was coming off a bad breakup, working 2 jobs to rebuild my savings. I needed cheap. The building had 12 units across 4 floors, plus a basement level with laundry facilities and storage. My apartment was on the 2nd floor, small but clean, with high ceilings and big windows. The other tenants seemed normal young professionals, a retired couple, a grad student. Nobody particularly friendly, but not unfriendly either. The kind of building where everyone keeps to themselves. The landlord was an older guy named Carl. He lived off-site, handled everything by text or email, only showed up when absolutely necessary. When he gave me the keys on move-in day, he handed me 3, front door, mailbox, and 1 labeled B storage. Your storage unit is B7, he said, in the basement. Take the stairs down from the lobby, turn right. Your unit is about halfway down the hall. Thanks, I said, pocketing the keys. He hesitated, then added, There's a blue line painted on the basement floor. Don't go past it. The back section is. There's structural issues back there. It's not safe. Okay, I said, not thinking much of it. Old building, structural problems. Made sense. But the way he said it, the pause, the careful word choice, the way his eyes didn't quite meet mine, it stuck with me. I didn't use my storage unit for the first month. I didn't have much stuff, and what I did have fit in my apartment. But eventually, winter came, and I needed to store my summer clothes, my bike, some boxes of books. So on a Saturday afternoon in late November, I grabbed my storage key and headed down to the basement. The basement stairs were narrow and poorly lit, descending from the lobby into a long concrete corridor. The ceiling was low, maybe 7 feet, with exposed pipes and electrical conduit running along it. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in that harsh white glow that makes shadows look darker by contrast. The floor was painted concrete gray, mostly, but about 40 feet down the corridor, there was a blue line painted across it. Bright blue, fresh paint, impossible to miss. My storage unit, B7, was before the line. I unlocked it, a wire mesh cage about 6 feet by 8 feet, and started loading my stuff inside. The basement was quiet except for the hum of the building's mechanical systems and the occasional clank of pipes, normal basement sounds. But as I was arranging boxes, I heard something else. Music, faint but distinct, coming from beyond the blue line from the back section of the basement that Carl had told me to avoid. I stepped out of my storage unit and walked to the blue line. The corridor continued past it for maybe another 100 feet before ending in what looked like a solid wall. but the music was definitely coming from that direction. Not modern music, something old, scratchy, like a record player. A jazz tune from the 1940 seconds or 50 seconds. Someone was back there. I should have left it alone. Should have finished loading my storage unit and gone back upstairs. But curiosity won. I crossed the blue line. The corridor beyond was identical to the section I just left. Same concrete walls, same low ceiling, same fluorescent lights. But the storage units were different, older. Not wire mesh cages, but solid wooden doors with old-fashioned padlocks. And they looked used. Not abandoned, but actively occupied. I could see light seeping under some of the doors. The music was louder now. It was coming from one of the units about halfway down the corridor. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing off the concrete. Up close, I could hear other sounds too. Voices, conversation, the clink of dishes. People were living down here. I knocked on the door. The music stopped immediately. The voices went silent. Then, after a long moment, the door opened. An elderly woman stood there, maybe 70 years old, wearing a housecoat and slippers. Behind her, I could see the interior of the storage unit. No, not a storage unit. A living space. There was a bed, a small table with 2 chairs, a lamp, a hot plate, shelves lined with canned goods and books. It was tiny, maybe 8 by 10 feet, but it was clearly someone's home. "You crossed the line," the woman said. Not accusatory, just stating a fact. I heard music. I was curious. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude." The woman studied me for a moment, then sighed. "You're one of the new tenants. 2nd floor?" "Yes, Amanda. I moved in about a month ago." "Well, Amanda, you should go back. Carl told you not to come past the line, didn't he? He said there were structural issues." "There are no structural issues," the woman interrupted. "He says that to keep people away, to keep them from knowing about us." "Us?" The woman gestured down the corridor. "The sub-basement tenants. There are 16 of us. We live down here, have been for years, some of us for decades. We pay rent, same as you do. But we don't officially exist. Not on the lease agreements, not on the building records. We're off the books." I stared at her, trying to process this. That's illegal. You can't live in a basement storage area. There's no windows, no proper ventilation. "We know what it is," the woman said quietly. "We chose to be here, or circumstances chose for us. Either way, we're here and we manage." Another door opened further down the corridor. A man emerged, younger, maybe in his 40s, thin and pale. He looked at me with hollow eyes, then retreated back into his unit without saying anything. "Why?" I asked. "Why would anyone choose to live like this?" The woman's expression softened. "Because some of us have nowhere else to go. No credit, no references, no family. Carl gives us a place. It's not much, but it's something. And in exchange, we stay quiet, stay hidden, don't make trouble. But this can't be legal. The building codes alone." "What do you think will happen if you report it?" the woman asked. "You think the city will come in and give us proper housing? They'll evict us, shut this section down, and we'll end up on the streets. Is that what you want?" I didn't know what to say. She was right, of course. Reporting this would just make things worse for these people. But leaving it alone meant being complicit in something that was clearly exploitative, clearly wrong. "How many people know about this?" I asked. "All the tenants eventually find out. Some cross the line out of curiosity like you. Others hear the sounds, put it together. But they don't talk about it, because Carl makes it clear. You talk, you're out. And good luck finding another apartment this cheap in this neighborhood. The woman started to close her door, then paused. A word of advice, Amanda. Don't come back here. Don't talk to us. Don't acknowledge that you know we exist. That's how it works. We stay invisible, and everyone else gets to pretend they don't know. It's easier that way. For everyone. She closed the door. The music didn't start again. I walked back past the blue line, finished loading my storage unit, and went back to my apartment. I felt sick. Sick that this was happening. Sick that I'd discovered it. Sick that I didn't know what to do about it. Over the next few weeks, I became hyper-aware of the building's sounds. At night, I'd hear footsteps in the stairwell, always descending, never ascending. I'd hear doors opening and closing in the basement. Sometimes, late at night, I'd hear voices not loud enough to make out words, but definitely voices coming from below. I started paying attention to the other tenants, watching their behavior, and I realized the woman was right. Everyone knew. You could see it in the way they avoided talking about the basement, the way they'd quickly change the subject if storage came up. It was an open secret, carefully maintained. I thought about reporting it. I drafted emails to the housing authority, to code enforcement, to tenant advocacy groups, but I never sent them. Because what would happen to those 16 people? Where would they go? Then, 2 months after I discovered the sub-basement, something changed. I came home late one night, around 11 p.m. As I passed the basement stairs, I heard shouting, angry voices. I hesitated, then started down the stairs, moving quietly. The shouting was coming from beyond the blue line. I crossed it. I was getting used to breaking that rule now and saw a crowd gathered near the far end of the corridor. At least 10 people, all from the sub-basement units, all surrounding one of the wooden doors. The door was open. Inside, I could see Carl, my landlord, arguing with a young man I didn't recognize. The young man was packing belongings into a duffel bag, moving frantically. "You're 3 months behind," Carl was saying. "I've been patient, but I can't carry you forever." "I'll get the money," the young man said. "I've got a job interview next week." "You've had 6 job interviews in 3 months. None of them panned out. I need to rent this space to someone who can pay. Where am I supposed to go?" Carl's expression didn't change. "That's not my problem." The young man finished packing and pushed past Carl, past the crowd, past me. He took the stairs 2 at a time and was gone. Carl stood in the doorway of the now empty unit, surveying the space, calculating. Then he noticed me. "Amanda, what are you doing down here?" I heard shouting. I wanted to make sure everything was okay. "Everything's fine. Just a tenant issue. You should go back to your apartment." But I didn't move. I looked at the crowd of sub-basement residents, at their faces. They weren't angry at Carl. They were afraid they'd be next. "This isn't right," I said. "You're exploiting these people, charging them rent for storage units, keeping them off the books." "I'm providing housing to people who have nowhere else to go," Carl interrupted. "You think that's exploitation? Talk to them. Ask them where they'd be without this place." "It doesn't matter where they'd be. This is still illegal, still wrong." Carl stepped closer, his voice dropping. "You're welcome to report it. Call whoever you want. But know this. I'll evict every single person in the sub-basement. I'll seal this section off, bring it up to code, and charge market rate for the regular units upstairs, including yours. Your rent will double, maybe triple. And all these people," he gestured to the crowd, "they'll be homeless." That's blackmail. That's reality. You want to be a hero, go ahead. But understand the consequences. He walked past me, past the blue line, up the stairs. The crowd dispersed slowly, returning to their units. The elderly woman I'd met before was the last to leave. She looked at me as she passed. "I told you not to come back," she said softly. "Now you're involved. Now you have to choose." I'm still in that apartment. 6 months later, and I haven't reported anything. I tell myself I'm trying to figure out a solution, a way to help without making things worse. But the truth is, I'm just like all the other tenants. I'm keeping quiet because it's easier, because my rent is cheap and my life is stable, and getting involved would mess that up. I still hear them sometimes. At night, the footsteps, the voices, the sounds of people living in spaces they shouldn't have to live in. And I know that somewhere below me, in converted storage units behind a blue line on the floor, 16 people are trying to survive in the gaps of the city. Carl was right about one thing. I did have to choose, and I chose to do nothing. I don't know if that makes me complicit or pragmatic. Maybe there's no difference. But I'll tell you this. I don't sleep well anymore, and when I lie awake at night, listening to the building sounds, I wonder how many other buildings in this city have blue lines painted on their basement floors. How many other landlords are running off the books housing for people who have fallen through society's cracks? How many other tenants are lying awake, knowing and not telling, choosing comfort over conscience? Maybe you're one of them. Maybe you've crossed the blue line and found something you weren't supposed to find. Maybe you've made the same choice I did. Or maybe you haven't found it yet. But if you ever do, if you ever see that bright blue line painted across a basement floor and someone tells you not to cross it, think carefully before you decide what to do next. Because once you know, once you've seen what's on the other side, you can't unknow it, and neither can I. There are places that remember, places that hold on to the dead not just physically but spiritually, places where the boundary between what was and what is becomes so thin that you can feel history pressing against you from the other side. I found one of those places, and it found me right back. My name is James, and I used to be an urban explorer. Notice I say used to be. What happened beneath the city changed that. Changed everything. I'd been exploring for about 5 years when I got the message. It came through one of the underground forums, you know, the type invite-only communities where people share locations, access methods, photos from places the public never sees. The message was from a user I'd never interacted with before. Username, Candlekeeper. The message was simple. Real catacombs beneath downtown, 19th century. Verified authentic. Guided access available for experienced explorers. Interested? I was interested. Every urban explorer dreams of finding genuine catacombs. Most American cities don't have them, not like Europe's ossuaries and bone churches. But this city was old, founded in the 1700s, and I knew the history. There had been cholera epidemics, yellow fever outbreaks, periods when the dead outnumbered the living. It wasn't impossible that there were catacombs beneath the modern streets, just undocumented, I responded. We arranged a meeting, neutral location, public place. I brought my girlfriend Maya. She was a photographer, more experienced in urban exploration than I was. We didn't go into situations like this alone. The man who met us introduced himself as Thomas. Late 50s, thin, with gray hair and intense eyes that didn't blink as often as they should. He was soft-spoken, educated, clearly passionate about history. He showed us documentation, old city records, architectural drawings from the 1822, photographs of tunnels and chambers that looked genuinely ancient. The catacombs were created between 1822 and 1847, he explained. During the epidemics, the city ran out of burial space. The churches had small graveyards, all full, so they went underground. They excavated chambers beneath the oldest part of downtown and moved remains there. Thousands of them. Why isn't this common knowledge? Maya asked. Because the entrance was sealed in 1912 and the records were lost in a fire in 1923. The city literally forgot they existed. I only found out about them 7 years ago when I was researching property records for a restoration project. There was a reference to sub-street ossuary construction in a document from 1824. I spent 3 years tracking down the location. And you're offering guided access? I said. Why? Most people who find something like this keep it secret. Thomas smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Because these chambers need to be witnessed. They're historically significant. And I'm not getting any younger. I want a few people to know about them, to document them, before I can't access them anymore. But there are rules. He pulled out a sheet of paper with typed instructions. Simple, clear rules. 1. No touching the remains. 2. No removing anything from the catacombs. 3. Stay with the guide at all times. 4. If you see a candle burning, we leave immediately. No questions. No delays. 5. What you photograph is yours to keep, but you don't share the location publicly. The third rule was standard. The first 2 were respectful and obvious. The 5th was expected explorers always protect their locations. But the 4th rule, why the candle rule? I asked. Thomas's expression changed. Something flickered behind his eyes. There are others who use the catacombs, very occasionally. If they're conducting a ceremony, we don't interfere. We leave immediately. That's the agreement. What kind of ceremony? The kind we don't ask questions about, Thomas said flatly. That's the rule. You follow it, or we don't go. Maya and I exchanged glances. It was weird, sure, but we'd encountered weird before in this community. Underground spaces attracted all kinds, historians, artists, and yes, occasionally people who practiced alternative spirituality. As long as everyone respected each other's space, it wasn't a problem. We agreed to the rules. 3 days later, we met Thomas at midnight in an alley behind a 19th century church in the oldest part of downtown. He had keys to a maintenance door in the church basement. Inside, he led us down stone stairs that looked original to the building, worn, uneven, centuries old. At the bottom was a door I'd never have noticed, wooden, painted the same color as the wall, no handle. Thomas produced an old iron key and unlocked it. Beyond was darkness and the smell of damp stone and earth. We switched on our headlamps and flashlights. Thomas had a large battery-powered lantern that cast a warm, yellow glow. We descended another staircase, this one carved directly into bedrock, maybe 40 feet down. The temperature dropped with each step. By the time we reached the bottom, I could see my breath. The tunnel at the base of the stairs was about 6 feet high and 4 feet wide, with walls made of dressed stone fitted together without mortar. The floor was hard-packed earth, and every 10 feet or so there were alcoves carved into the walls. The alcoves held bones, not scattered bones, not disorganized remains. These were arranged, carefully, artistically. Skulls were stacked in pyramids. Long bones, femurs, tibias were arranged in geometric patterns. In some alcoves, entire skeletons were posed in standing or sitting positions, held together with wire and iron rods. It was beautiful in a macabre way, the kind of thing you see in European ossuaries, but here, beneath an American city, hidden and forgotten. Maya immediately started photographing. I did the same, my camera shutter clicking rapidly. Thomas watched us with a satisfied expression, like a curator showing his collection. How many are down here? I asked. At least 3,000 individuals, Thomas said. Maybe more. They stopped keeping accurate records after 1840. The cholera outbreak that year overwhelmed everyone. They just brought bodies down and stacked them wherever there was room. We moved deeper into the tunnels. They branched and intersected, creating a maze. But Thomas navigated confidently, his lantern illuminating new chambers and passages. Each section showed different organizational methods, some methodical and geometric, others more haphazard. You could see the progression from careful, respectful arrangement to desperate, hurried burial. We'd been underground for maybe an hour when we entered a chamber that was different from the rest. It was circular, about 30 feet in diameter, with a domed ceiling. The walls were covered floor to ceiling with skulls, hundreds of them, embedded in the stone in concentric circles, all facing inward. In the center of the chamber, there was a stone pedestal, waist high, with symbols carved into its surface. Not Christian symbols, something older. "This is the oldest section," Thomas said quietly. "The foundation. There was something here before the catacombs, before the church, before the city. I think the city's founders knew about it. I think that's why they chose this location for the church, to sanctify it, to keep it contained." Maya was photographing the walls, the skulls, the pedestal. "What was it?" she asked. "I don't know," Thomas admitted, "and I'm not sure I want to know." We spent another hour exploring, documenting everything. The catacombs were extensive. I estimated at least 2 miles of tunnels and chambers. Some sections had collapsed, blocked by fallen stone. Others had been reinforced with newer brickwork, probably from the late 1800s. Thomas led us through a narrow passage into a chamber that he said was the deepest part of the system. The ceiling here was lower, maybe 5 feet, forcing us to hunch. The walls were rough stone, unfinished, and there were no arranged remains, just a single large alcove at the far end. Inside the alcove was a skeleton, not arranged artfully like the others. This one was chained to the wall with iron manacles on its wrists and ankles. The chains were old, rusted, but still intact. The skeleton had a metal collar around its neck, also chained to the wall. "Who was this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Thomas shook his head. "I have no idea. But they were imprisoned here while still alive. The position of the bones, the wear on the manacles, this person was restrained for a long time before they died. Weeks, maybe months." Maya took photographs of the chained skeleton from multiple angles. Then she noticed something. "There's writing on the wall, behind the skeleton." We moved closer. She was right. Scratched into the stone, barely visible, were words, Old English, the spelling archaic, asterisk. "That which was beneath remains beneath. That which was bound remains bound. Let no living hand break these chains. Let no living voice speak the words. The sleeper must not wake." Asterisk. "What does that mean?" I asked. Thomas's face had gone pale. "I don't know. I've never translated it before. Never looked closely enough." "It's a warning," Maya said, "against breaking the chains, against waking something up." "Superstition," I said, but I didn't feel confident. There was something about this chamber, this skeleton, that felt wrong. Not just sad or tragic wrong, like we shouldn't be here. "We should go," Thomas said. "We've seen enough for tonight." We started back toward the entrance, following Thomas's lantern through the maze of tunnels. But after about 10 minutes, Thomas stopped suddenly. "What's wrong?" Maya asked. Thomas was staring down a side passage, one we hadn't explored. His face had lost all color. "There's light down there." I looked. He was right. A warm, flickering light, like a candle flame, coming from one of the chambers, maybe 50 feet away. "The rule," Thomas said, his voice tight. "We see a candle, we leave. Now." But now. He turned and started walking quickly back the way we'd come. Maya and I followed, but I couldn't help glancing back at that flickering light. That's when I saw the figure. Just for a second, silhouetted against the candlelight, a person standing in the chamber watching us leave. Too far away to see details, but I had the impression of stillness, complete, unnatural stillness. We hurried through the tunnels. Thomas was moving faster now, almost jogging despite the low ceiling and uneven floor. Maya and I struggled to keep up. My heart was pounding, though I couldn't articulate why. We'd seen someone performing a ceremony just like Thomas had warned. So what? We were leaving, following the rules, but something felt wrong. The air felt different, heavier, and I swore the temperature was dropping. We reached the circular chamber with the concentric skulls. Thomas's lantern illuminated the space, and he stopped so abruptly that Maya nearly ran into him. In the center of the chamber, on the stone pedestal, there was a candle, burning, fresh wax dripping down its sides. There had been no candle there an hour ago. That wasn't there before, Maya whispered. No, Thomas agreed. It wasn't. Someone put it there while we were in the deep section, I said. Someone's following us. We need to leave, now. Thomas's voice was shaking. This has never happened before. Never. We moved faster, practically running now. Through the tunnels, past alcoves of bones toward the entrance. Behind us, I could hear something. Not footsteps that would have been better. It was more like a rustling, like fabric dragging across stone, and it was getting closer. We burst into the main tunnel that led to the stairs. Thomas's lantern showed the way forward 50 feet to the stairs, then 40 feet up, then the door, then safety. We ran. The rustling sound was right behind us now. I could feel displaced air like something large moving quickly. Maya screamed. I turned and saw her being pulled backward by something I couldn't see clearly. A shadow, a shape, something that existed in the gaps between our lights. I grabbed her arm. Thomas grabbed her other arm. We pulled. There was resistance, incredible strength pulling from the other direction. Maya was screaming, her feet sliding on the packed earth floor, being dragged back toward the darkness. Then, suddenly, the resistance stopped. Maya fell forward into us, and we all tumbled to the ground. I scrambled to my feet, shining my flashlight back down the tunnel. Nothing. Empty tunnel. No shape, no shadow. Just carved stone and alcoves of bones. We didn't wait to see if it would come back. We ran for the stairs, climbed them faster than I thought possible, burst through the door into the church basement. Thomas slammed it shut behind us and locked it with shaking hands. We stood there for a long moment, gasping for air, our hearts pounding. Then Maya started laughing. Hysterical, terrified laughter. What the fuck was that? She managed between gasps. What the fuck was down there? Thomas sat heavily on the basement stairs, his face gray. I don't know. I've been going down there for 7 years. Dozens of trips. I've seen the candles before, seen evidence that others use the space, but nothing like that has ever happened. Who uses it? I demanded. Who's down there? I don't know, Thomas repeated. I never asked. That was the arrangement. We don't interfere with each other. Yeah, well, they interfered with us, Maya said. They tried to take me, or something did. We left the church, went to a 24-hour diner, ordered coffee we didn't drink, and tried to process what had happened. Maya's arms were bruised where we'd grabbed her, pulled her, but there were other marks too on her ankles, dark bruises in the shape of hands, or something like hands. We reviewed our photographs, hundreds of shots documenting the catacombs, the arranged bones, the architecture. But when we got to the photos from the circular chamber, the one with the concentric skulls and the pedestal, something was wrong. In every photograph Maya had taken of that room, there were figures, people standing around the perimeter, just visible at the edges of the frame, dozens of them. watching the camera, watching us. They hadn't been there when we were in the chamber. I would have seen them. We all would have seen them. Check the timestamps, I said. Maya pulled up the metadata. The photos showed the correct date, the correct time taken while we were in the chamber. But the figures in the background, I zoomed in on one of them. A person in old clothing, 19th century style. Their face was visible but wrong. Desiccated. Skull-like. Not quite human anymore. We found the same figures in other photos. Background images, barely noticeable unless you were looking. Standing in alcoves. Standing in passages. Standing behind us in group shots where we'd used a timer. Always standing, always watching, always just at the edge of the frame. Delete them, Maya said. Delete all of them. These are evidence. Of what? Maya snapped. Evidence that we saw ghosts? Evidence that we were attacked by something in 19th century catacombs beneath the city? Who would believe us? Delete them. I didn't delete them. I backed them up to an encrypted drive, then deleted them from our cameras and phones, just in case. We never contacted Thomas again. He never contacted us. I like to think he's okay, that he stopped going down there. But I don't know. What I do know is that something is in those catacombs. Something that's been there longer than the bones. Something the founders of this city knew about and tried to contain. The chains, the warnings carved into stone, the placement of the church directly above it was all intentional. An attempt to keep something sealed beneath the city. And I think the people who leave candles in the chambers, I think they know what's down there. I think they're maintaining something, an agreement, a ritual, keeping it contained until we broke the rules. 3 months after our visit to the catacombs, I started finding things in my apartment. Small things, easy to dismiss at first. A handful of dirt on my bathroom floor, the smell of damp stone in my closet, and footprints, barefoot prints in the dust under my bed. Tracks that came from nowhere and went nowhere. The prints were wrong, the proportions were off, the toes too long, the heel too narrow. Not quite human. Maya found similar things in her apartment. We compared notes, took photos. We weren't imagining it. Then I started seeing the figure in my peripheral vision, in reflections, in the darkness of my bedroom at night, standing perfectly still, watching. When I turned to look directly, it was gone. But I knew it was there, and I knew it was one of those figures from the photographs, one of the watchers from the catacombs. It had followed me home. I tried everything, moved to a new apartment, changed my routines, stopped exploring, stopped going underground at all. Nothing worked. The figure followed. The signs of its presence continued. Maya reported the same experiences, but hers got worse. She started hearing whispers, voices speaking in languages she didn't recognize. She'd wake up with scratch marks on her walls, symbols carved into her furniture, the same symbols we'd seen on the pedestal in the circular chamber. 6 months after our visit to the catacombs, Maya disappeared. She didn't show up for work one day, didn't answer her phone. I went to her apartment. The landlord let me in. The place was empty. Not just empty of Maya, but empty of everything. All her furniture, her belongings, her photographs gone, like she'd never lived there. But on the wall of her bedroom, written in something dark, I don't want to think about what was a message. Asterisk. She returned to the beneath, as will you. The sleeper knows your name. Asterisk. The police investigated. Missing person case. But there was no evidence of foul play, no sign of struggle. Maya's bank account was closed, her lease terminated, her phone disconnected. Everything done cleanly, officially, as if she'd planned it all and left voluntarily. But I know the truth. Something took her. Something from the catacombs. The same thing that's been following me. Because I broke the rules, we saw the candle and we didn't leave immediately. We ran, but we hesitated. We looked back, and when you hesitate in places like that, when you look back at things that shouldn't be looked at, they see you too. And they don't forget. I've tried going back to the church. The basement door is still there, but it's been welded shut, reinforced with steel plates, fresh concrete poured around the frame. Someone sealed it permanently. Thomas, maybe, or the people who leave the candles. Someone who understood what we'd let loose. But I don't think it matters. I don't think sealing the entrance changes anything. The catacombs are still there, the bones are still there, and whatever sleeps beneath them, whatever was chained in that deep chamber, whatever the founders tried to bind and contain, it's still there too, and it knows where I live. Last night I found dirt on my apartment floor again, but this time it was arranged in a pattern, a path, leading from my front door to my bedroom, to my bed, like something walked that path. Something that wanted me to know it had been there. While I was sleeping, I followed the dirt trail. It ended at my bedside. And on my pillow there was a photograph. One of the photos I'd thought I'd deleted. The one from the circular chamber, showing the concentric skulls, the pedestal. But in this version there was someone standing at the pedestal. Someone I recognized. Maya. She was standing there in 19th century clothing, her face pale, her eyes dark and empty. She was holding something in her hands, a chain, the same chains that had bound the skeleton in the deep chamber. And behind her, barely visible in the shadows, were dozens of other figures, all watching the camera, all waiting. On the back of the photograph, written in that same archaic script we'd seen carved into the stone, asterisk. The sleeper has woken. The chains are broken. She is the first. You are the last. Return to the beneath. Return to us. Return to where you belong. Asterisk. I'm writing this because I need someone to know what happened. Need someone to understand why, when I disappear, and I will disappear, I know that now it won't be voluntary. It won't be explainable. I'm going back to those catacombs. I don't have a choice. The figure in my peripheral vision is there all the time now. The whispers are getting louder. The dirt paths appear every morning, showing me the way. Back to the church. Back to the sealed door. Back down into the darkness beneath the city. Maya is down there. I saw her in my dreams last night. She was in the circular chamber, standing with the others, all of them arranged around the pedestal like the skulls on the walls, and she was calling to me. Not with her voice, she's lost her voice, but I could hear her anyway. Inside my head, asterisk, come home, come back to the beneath. The sleeper needs you, needs all of us. We're building something, we're preparing. The city thinks it's sealed us away, but we've only been waiting for enough of you to cross over, enough of you to see what shouldn't be seen. And when there are enough of us, when the sleeper has gathered sufficient souls, then we return, not as we were, as we are becoming. Return, James. Return and join us. Return and help us wake the city to what sleeps beneath it, asterisk. So if you're reading this, if you find this document, know that I didn't leave voluntarily. Know that there are catacombs beneath this city, real catacombs, and something in them that's older than the bones, something that was bound and chained and sealed away for a reason. And know that it's loose now, that the chains are broken, that it's gathering followers one by one from people who were foolish enough to go down there, to look too long, to break the rules. If someone approaches you about exploring catacombs beneath the city, any city, say no. If you find old tunnels, old chambers full of arranged bones, turn around and leave. And if you ever see a candle burning in a place where no candle should be run, don't look back. Don't hesitate. Because if you do, you'll end up like me, like Maya, like all the others standing in those chambers, waiting in the dark, calling new souls down into the beneath. The sleeper has woken, and it's hungry. They tell you that home is where you're supposed to feel safe, that your apartment, your locked door, your private space, that's your sanctuary. Nobody can get to you there without your permission. They're wrong. My name is Jennifer, and for 6 months, I shared my apartment with someone I didn't know was there. Someone who had been watching me, studying me, living in the spaces between my walls, and by the time I found out, it was almost too late. I moved into the apartment 18 months ago. It was perfect, or seemed perfect. A converted industrial building in a transitioning neighborhood. The kind of place with exposed brick, high ceilings, and big windows. The building was from the 1922nd, originally a textile factory, renovated in the 2000s into loft apartments. My unit was on the 4th floor. 1 bedroom, open plan living area, updated kitchen. The rent was reasonable for the location. The landlord was responsive. My neighbors were quiet professionals like me. Everything was exactly what I'd been looking for. The first few months were normal. I settled in, decorated, made the space mine. I worked from home 3 days a week, went to the office the other 2. I established routines. Morning coffee by the big window, evening workouts in the living room, weekends spent reading on the couch or meeting friends for brunch. Normal life, safe life. The first sign that something was wrong came about 4 months after I moved in. Small things, easy to dismiss. I'd come home and find the bathroom door closed when I was certain I'd left it open. A kitchen drawer slightly ajar that I knew I'd shut. The thermostat adjusted by a degree or 2. I blamed myself. Memory errors. Distraction. I worked long hours, was often tired. It made sense that I'd forget small things. Then I started noticing items out of place. Not dramatically, just slightly shifted. My coffee mug moved from one side of the counter to the other. Books on my shelf rearranged by an inch. My toothbrush facing a different direction in the holder. Again, I rationalized. Maybe I'd moved things while distracted. Maybe the building's maintenance had been in my apartment. They had keys for emergencies. Maybe I was being paranoid. But then I started losing things. Small things. A hair tie that I'd left on the bathroom counter gone. A pen I always kept by my bed vanished. A pair of underwear from my laundry basket missing. That last one bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Who loses underwear from their own apartment? It didn't make sense, but I still didn't want to believe what my instincts were telling me. That someone was coming into my apartment, that someone was taking things. The breaking point came on a Tuesday night in October. I'd been at the office all day, got home around 7 p.m. I made dinner, ate while watching TV, then took a shower. When I came out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, I noticed something on my kitchen counter, my coffee mug. The one I'd used that morning. I'd washed it and put it in the dish rack before leaving for work, but now it was sitting on the counter, exactly where I always place it when I'm about to make coffee, and it was full of fresh, hot coffee. I stood there, dripping water on my hardwood floor, staring at that mug. My heart was pounding. My apartment door was locked. I'd locked it myself when I came in. The deadbolt, the chain, everything secure. The windows were all closed. I was 4 floors up, but someone had been in my apartment. While I was in the shower, while I was naked and vulnerable, separated by a single door, someone had been in my kitchen making coffee. My coffee. In my mug. Like they knew my routine, like they'd done this before. I grabbed my phone and called 911. The police came within 15 minutes. 2 officers, a man and a woman, both professional and thorough. They searched my entire apartment. Every closet, under the bed, behind furniture. They checked the windows, confirmed they were locked. They examined the door, no signs of forced entry, no scratches on the lock. "Is anything missing?" the female officer asked. "Not that I can see, but small things have been going missing. and items keep moving around. The officers exchanged glances. I knew what they were thinking. Single woman living alone, stressed, imagining things. The coffee was probably from this morning, microwaved and forgotten about. Except it was fresh. I could smell it. French roast, exactly how I make it. And the mug was hot to the touch. "Ma'am, is it possible you made the coffee yourself and forgot?" the male officer asked gently. "No. I came straight home, made dinner, took a shower. I didn't make coffee." They took a report, wrote down everything I told them about the moved items, the missing things. They recommended I change my locks, install a security camera. They promised to increase patrols in the area. Then they left, and I was alone again, in an apartment that didn't feel safe anymore. I didn't sleep that night. I pushed my dresser against my bedroom door and sat up in bed with all the lights on, a knife from the kitchen on my nightstand. Every creak of the building, every sound from the pipes made me jump. When morning came, I called a locksmith. He changed my locks that afternoon, new deadbolt, new chain, new key. While he worked, I installed a security camera I'd ordered online with rush delivery. Just one, pointed at my front door from inside, so I could see if anyone entered. That night, I felt marginally safer. I checked the camera feed obsessively on my phone. The door remained closed. Nobody entered. I finally managed to sleep around 2 a.m. When I woke up at 7 a.m., there was a note on my nightstand. A piece of paper folded carefully, with my name written on it in neat handwriting. It hadn't been there when I went to sleep. I was certain of that. My hands shook as I opened it. Asterisk. You changed the locks. That's okay. I don't need them. I've never needed them. I've been here longer than you have. This is my home too. You're safe. I make sure you're safe. I watch over you. G asterisk. I called the police again. The same 2 officers came. They read the note, took it as evidence. They asked if I recognized the handwriting, if I knew anyone with the initial G. I didn't. The camera didn't show anyone entering, I told them. I checked the feed. Nobody came through my door all night. But this note appeared in my bedroom while I was sleeping. The female officer looked at me with something between concern and skepticism. "Is there any other way into your apartment? Windows? Fire escape?" "I'm on the 4th floor. The windows are locked from the inside." "What about vents? Access panels?" I hadn't thought of that. The building was old, converted from industrial use. There were air vents, of course, large ones, and access panels in the walls for the building's utilities, plumbing, electrical, HVAC. The officers opened the access panel in my bedroom closet. It was maybe 2 feet by 2 feet, opening into a dark space behind the walls. The male officer shined his flashlight inside. "There's a passage back here," he said. "Looks like it runs between the apartments. Maintenance access for the building's systems." "Can someone fit through there?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Someone small could, or someone determined enough. They climbed into the access passage. I heard them moving around behind my walls, their voices muffled. After about 10 minutes, they emerged not from my closet but from the access panel in my bathroom. "These passages connect all the apartments on this floor," the female officer said. "And there are ladders going between floors. Someone who knew the layout could access any unit in the building." "Are they supposed to be locked?" "Yes, but the locks are old, easy to pick or break." The male officer was on his radio, calling for backup. "We need to search the entire access system, if someone's been living in there." More officers arrived. They searched the passages thoroughly, going through every floor, every section. It took 3 hours. They found evidence, lots of it. In a section of the utility passages between the 4th and 5th floors, they found a living space. A mattress, blankets, a battery-powered lamp, containers of water, food wrappers, and personal items. My items. The missing hair ties, the pen from my bedside, the underwear from my laundry, dozens of photos of me in my apartment taken through the vents, me sleeping, me cooking, me showering, visible through the bathroom vent, photos going back months. There was a journal too, hundreds of pages of handwritten entries describing my daily routines, my habits, my schedule, when I left for work, when I came home, what I ate, what I wore, who I talked to on the phone, everything. And there were floor plans of my apartment marked with notes. Bedroom door creaks when opened slowly. Kitchen floorboard loose near refrigerator. Security camera angle doesn't cover bedroom hallway. Someone had been studying me, learning everything about me, living in my walls, watching me through vents, entering my apartment whenever I left or sometimes when I was home, moving carefully, avoiding my camera's view, knowing exactly where I'd be and when. The police set up a stakeout, officers hidden in an empty apartment on the 5th floor, waiting. If whoever was living in the walls came back, they'd catch them. I stayed with my parents that night. I couldn't be in that building anymore. Couldn't sleep knowing that someone had been watching me for months, that they knew everything about me, that they'd touched my things, been in my bedroom while I slept. At 3:47 a.m., the police caught him, a man in his late 30s, thin and pale from living without sunlight. He'd entered the utility passage from a basement access point, climbed the ladders to the 4th floor, and was heading toward the section where he'd set up his living space when the officers apprehended him. His name was Gerald Pritchard. He'd been living in the building's utility passages for 8 months, 4 months before I even moved in. He was unemployed, had been evicted from his own apartment, and had discovered the utility passages while breaking into the building to steal copper wire to sell. But instead of stealing and leaving, he'd decided to stay. He'd realized the passages gave him access to every apartment in the building. He could live there undetected, emerging at night to steal food, use bathrooms, watch the tenants, and he'd become obsessed with watching, specifically with watching me. During the police interviews, Gerald was cooperative, almost eager to talk. He described his routine in detail, how he'd learned everyone's schedules, which apartments were safest to enter, which tenants never noticed things missing. But he talked about me differently, with an intensity that made the officers uncomfortable. He said he looked after me, that he made sure I was safe, that he'd chase away delivery drivers who lingered too long at my door, that he'd check my locks at night, that he'd adjust my thermostat when I seemed uncomfortable. He genuinely believed he was protecting me, that his surveillance was a service, that I should be grateful. She was alone too much, he told the police. I made sure she wasn't really alone. I was there, always there. Gerald was arrested and charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and a list of other crimes. The evidence was overwhelming, the photos, the journal, the stolen items, his own confession. He was held without bail, deemed a threat, but the damage was done. My sense of safety, of privacy, of control over my own space shattered. I couldn't stay in that apartment. Couldn't stay in that building. I broke my lease and moved out within a week. The landlord offered to let me out of the lease without penalty. He was terrified of liability, of other tenants finding out and leaving. The building's management sealed all the utility access panels from the inside of every apartment, installed better locks, hired security. But it was too late for me. I moved across the city to a new building, modern construction with no utility passages, no access points, security systems on every floor. I installed multiple cameras in my new apartment. I check them constantly. I've changed my routines, my schedule, everything that Gerald had documented, but I still don't feel safe because I know now that privacy is an illusion. That your home, your locked door, Your closed windows, they're not protection. There are always ways in, always gaps in your security, always spaces where someone could be hiding, watching, waiting. The worst part, Gerald wasn't unique. After his arrest made the news, other people came forward, other tenants from other buildings who'd noticed the same signs, things moving, items missing, the feeling of being watched. The police investigated and found evidence of others living in utility passages, in crawl spaces, in the infrastructure of old buildings. It's more common than anyone wants to admit. In cities with old buildings, with renovation work that leaves behind accessible passages, with security focused on doors and windows but not on the walls themselves. There are people living in the spaces we don't think about, the spaces we can't see. Gerald went to trial 6 months later. I had to testify, had to sit in the courtroom and recount everything while he stared at me from the defendant's table. He smiled when I described how violated I felt, like he thought I was overreacting, like he still believed he'd done nothing wrong. He was convicted on all counts, sentenced to 12 years, but he'll be eligible for parole in 6. And when he gets out, he'll know everything about me. My routines from 18 months ago, my preferences, my habits. He studied me like a scientist studies a subject, and I have no way of knowing if he's the only one. If there was someone before him, if there's someone after him, already watching, already learning. Sometimes, late at night in my new apartment, I hear sounds, creaking in the walls, footsteps that aren't mine, air moving through vents. And I know it's probably just the building settling, the HVAC system, normal apartment sounds. But I also know that's what I thought before. When Gerald was living in my walls, watching me sleep, standing in my kitchen making coffee in my favorite mug because he knew exactly how I liked it. I check my cameras, I check my locks, I check the access panels that shouldn't exist in this modern building but do anyway. Because every building needs maintenance access, needs passages for utilities, needs spaces between the walls. And I wonder if someone's back there, learning, watching, waiting, making themselves at home in my home. If you live in an old building, check your access panels. Make sure they're locked from your side. Pay attention to things that move, items that go missing, the feeling that something's not right. Because your home is only as secure as its weakest point. And the weakest points are the ones you don't think to check, the ones inside your walls, the ones where someone could be living, watching, existing in the spaces between your reality and theirs. Gerald told the police something during his interview that I can't forget. He said, "Jennifer thought she lived alone, but she was never alone, not for a single day." And the worst part is he was right. I was never alone, and I might not be alone now. None of us might be. There's a reason we seal things away. A reason we brick up doorways, wall off rooms, mark sections of buildings as off limits. Usually it's structural damage, asbestos, mold, practical reasons. Sometimes it's something else, something that needed to be contained. And sometimes what we seal away doesn't stay sealed. My name is Marcus Webb, and I run a commercial renovation company. We specialize in historic buildings, turning old warehouses into offices, converting century-old schools into apartments, that kind of work. It's good business. Cities are full of beautiful old buildings that just need someone with vision and money to bring them back to life. Last year, we took on a project that seemed perfect. A Victorian-era building in the historic district, built in 1887. It had been a private hospital originally, then a boarding house, then offices, before sitting empty for 15 years. The new owner wanted to convert it into luxury condos, 8 units across 4 floors, preserving the period details while adding modern amenities. The building was beautiful. Red brick exterior, tall windows, intricate stonework. Inside, you could see the bones of something special, high ceilings, hardwood floors, original molding. It was going to be a showcase project. We started demo work in March. My crew began on the top floor, working our way down standard procedure, tear out the damaged materials, expose the infrastructure, assess what could be saved and what needed replacement. The third floor went smoothly. The second floor took longer because of water damage, but nothing unexpected. Then we got to the first floor. That's where we found the sealed room. It was in the basement level. Technically, the building had a ground floor and then a lower level that was partially underground. The architectural plans showed this lower level as storage and mechanical spaces. But when we opened up one of the walls during demo, we found something that wasn't on any blueprint. A doorway, completely bricked in. Professional work, old mortar, matching brick. Someone had sealed this doorway decades ago and wanted it to stay sealed. My foreman, Eddie, found it. He called me down to take a look. We stood in what was supposed to be a long storage room, staring at the section of wall that was clearly different from the rest. The bricks were the same style, same age, but the pattern was wrong. This was a fill-in, not original construction. "There's a room behind here," Eddie said, "not on the plans." We consulted the architectural drawings again. According to every document, we had blueprints from 1887, renovation plans from the 1922nd, inspection records from the 1962nd. This wall was solid. No door, no room beyond it. But I'd been in this business 20 years. I knew what a sealed doorway looked like. "We need to open it," I said. "Could be structural issues, could be something the owner needs to know about. Document everything before we breach." Eddie took photos, measurements, notes. Then he and 2 other crew members started carefully removing the bricks. They worked from the top down, preserving the bricks in case we needed to seal it back up for some reason. The mortar was old, brittle. It crumbled easily. Within an hour, they'd removed enough bricks to create an opening about 3 feet wide and 5 feet high. Behind the wall was darkness and a smell. Not rot, not mold, something chemical. Sharp and medicinal, like old disinfectant that had been sealed in for decades. Eddie shined a flashlight through the opening. "Holy shit," he said quietly. I looked through. The room beyond was larger than I expected, maybe 20 feet by 30 feet, and it was full of equipment, medical equipment, but not modern equipment. This stuff was old, Victorian-era old. There were examination tables made of iron and wood, glass cabinets with instruments, scalpels, saws, drills, shelves lined with bottles and jars, the labels faded but still readable, chloroform, ether, laudanum, and other chemicals I didn't recognize. But what dominated the room were the restraint devices, heavy leather straps attached to the examination tables, iron cuffs bolted to the walls, and in the corner, what looked like a chair with metal bands designed to hold someone's head, arms, and legs completely immobile. "This was an operating room," Eddie said, "from when the building was a hospital." "Why would they seal it?" I asked. "Maybe they just didn't need it anymore. Abandoned it and bricked it up during a renovation. But that didn't make sense. You don't seal off an entire room like this unless you want to hide something. You board it up, sure, lock the door, but bricking it completely, making it disappear from the blueprints? That's deliberate erasure." We climbed through the opening into the room. The air was stale, undisturbed for decades. Dust covered everything. But underneath the dust, the equipment looked almost pristine, preserved by the sealed environment. I walked along the shelves, reading labels. Most were standard medical supplies for the era, but some bottles contained things I couldn't identify, thick, dark liquids, organs preserved in fluid, specimens that might have been tissue samples or might have been something else. And then I saw the files. In a corner, there was a wooden filing cabinet, 4 drawers, all full. I opened the top drawer and found patient records, hundreds of them, handwritten notes on yellowed paper dated from 1887 to 1912. I pulled out a file at random and read, asterisk, patient 47, female, age 23, admitted for hysteria, treatment, hydrotherapy, electrotherapy, surgical intervention. Notes: patient became violent during treatment, required full restraint, surgical procedure performed to address nervous condition, patient expired during recovery, cause of death, complications from surgery, body disposed of per standard procedures, asterisk. I felt sick. I opened another file, asterisk, patient 63, male, age 31, admitted for melancholia, treatment, isolation therapy, induced fever, surgical intervention. Notes: patient showed no improvement after 3 months. Recommended procedure to remove source of melancholic thoughts. Surgery performed. Patient survived procedure but showed no consciousness afterward. Patient expired within 48 hours. Body disposed of per standard procedures. Asterisk. Every file I opened told a similar story. Patients admitted for mental health conditions, depression, anxiety, what they called hysteria or nervous exhaustion. Treatments that were barbaric even by the standards of the time. And deaths, so many deaths. Marcus, you need to see this. Eddie was standing at the far wall, shining his flashlight on something. I joined him. The wall was covered in scratches, deep scratches, carved into the plaster and the brick beneath. Thousands of them, overlapping, covering every inch from floor to ceiling. But they weren't random. When you stepped back, you could see they formed words. The same words, repeated over and over. Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. And underneath in smaller scratches. These were made from the inside, Eddie said. Someone was locked in this room, scratching at the walls. I looked at the examination tables, the restraints, the medical instruments, and I understood. This hadn't been an operating room. This had been where they conducted experiments, where they performed procedures that had nothing to do with healing and everything to do with, what, control, curiosity, some Victorian-era doctor's twisted idea of psychiatry. And the patients, the ones who didn't survive the treatments, what had happened to their bodies? The file said disposed of per standard procedures, but there was no morgue in this building. No record of bodies being transferred to hospitals or funeral homes. Where had the bodies gone? We're done here, I said. We seal it back up. We report it to the owner in the city. Let historians deal with this. Eddie nodded, clearly relieved. We took extensive photos, documented everything. Then we climbed back through the opening and started bricking it up again. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those patient files, the scratches on the wall, the phrase "we are still here" carved by someone who had been locked in that room, subjected to God knows what procedures, and either died there or was taken somewhere worse. I did research, found historical records about the building when it was a private hospital. It had been run by a Dr. Cornelius Ashford from 1887 to 1912. He specialized in nervous disorders and claimed to have revolutionary treatments. But in 1912, the hospital was abruptly closed. Dr. Ashford disappeared. No records explained why. The next morning, I went back to the site early. I wanted to check that we'd sealed the room properly, that everything was secure. I took the basement stairs down and walked to where we'd bricked up the doorway. The bricks were on the floor, all of them, neatly stacked, like someone had carefully removed them and set them aside. The opening was clear. The room beyond was dark. I called Eddie. He arrived 20 minutes later with 2 other crew members. They stared at the opening in disbelief. "We sealed it," Eddie said. "I watched you lay the last brick myself. This isn't possible." "Someone broke through overnight," I said. "Had to be. Vandals, maybe, or urban explorers who heard we'd found something." But I didn't believe it, and neither did Eddie. You could see it in his face. We inspected the bricks. There was no damage, no broken pieces. They'd been removed as carefully as we'd removed them originally. Each brick intact, the mortar scraped clean. "We seal it again," I said. "With better mortar this time, and we install a camera. If someone's breaking in, we'll catch them." We spent the day re-bricking the doorway, using quick-set mortar that would cure in hours. We installed a motion-activated camera pointed at the wall. Then we left. I watched the camera feed from home that night. The wall remained solid. No movement, no intruders. I fell asleep around 1 a.m. At 3:17 a.m., my phone buzzed with a motion alert from the camera. I pulled up the feed. The bricks were being removed. From the inside, I watched the screen in disbelief. One by one, bricks were sliding out of the wall from the sealed room side, falling to the floor. Not being pushed violently, just sliding out smoothly, deliberately, like invisible hands were carefully removing them. Within 10 minutes, the opening was clear again, and then something stepped through. The camera quality wasn't great in the low light, but I could see a figure emerge from the room. Human-shaped, but wrong. Moving with a jerky, unnatural gait, like someone relearning how to walk. It stood in the basement corridor for a long moment, facing the camera. Then more figures emerged. 5, 6, 7, I lost count. All moving the same way. All standing motionless in the corridor, facing the camera, facing me through the camera. I called the police, called the building owner, called Eddie. By the time everyone arrived at the site, the sun was coming up. The bricks were on the floor again, but this time there were marks, wet marks, like muddy footprints, leading from the sealed room across the basement floor to the stairs, and up the stairs to the ground floor, and through the ground floor to the front door. The door was standing open. We reviewed the camera footage together. The police officers watched in silence as the bricks removed themselves, as the figures emerged and stood watching the camera. Then, all at once, they turned and walked toward the stairs. The camera caught them moving up and out of frame. "Where did they go?" the building owner asked. Nobody answered, because we didn't know. The figures had walked out of the building and into the city, disappeared into the early morning darkness. The police investigated. They brought in historians, forensic anthropologists, experts in Victorian-era medicine. The sealed room became a crime scene, an archaeological site, a historical curiosity. They found bodies. When they excavated the floor of the sealed room, they found remains buried beneath. 23 individuals, all buried without coffins, without markers. The forensic analysis showed evidence of surgical procedures, trepanation, lobotomy, experimental surgeries that had no medical justification. Dr. Ashford's revolutionary treatments had been butchery, and when his patients died, he buried them in the basement and sealed the room. The historical commission took over the site. The renovation was suspended indefinitely. The building owner wanted to back out entirely, but the city wouldn't let him. The property was now historically significant, protected and haunted, because things kept happening. Workers would arrive to find doors open that had been locked, equipment moved, and the bricks, no matter how many times we sealed that doorway, no matter what materials we used, the bricks would be on the floor the next morning. Eventually, we stopped sealing it, left it open, Because whatever was in that room, whatever we'd released when we broke through the original seal, it didn't want to be contained anymore. I quit the project, couldn't do it, couldn't walk through that building knowing what was beneath it, knowing that we'd let something loose that had been sealed away for over a century. Eddie told me something last week that I can't stop thinking about. He said one of the crew members saw figures in the building late at night. Multiple figures, wandering the empty floors, moving through rooms like they were looking for something. Looking for the doctor, maybe. Dr. Ashford, who disappeared in 1912 when the hospital closed. Or looking for a way to rest. To finally be free of whatever was done to them in that sealed room. Or maybe looking for more victims. More people to subject to the treatments they endured. Perpetuating the cycle because that's all they know now. All they remember after being sealed in darkness for over 100 years. The building still sits there, partially renovated, partially demolished, partially sealed. The city can't decide what to do with it, can't tear it down because it's historic, can't renovate it because workers won't stay on site, and at night people report seeing lights in the windows, figures moving through the empty floors. And sometimes, late at night, you can hear sounds coming from the basement. Sounds like medical equipment being prepared, restraints being fastened, and screaming. Always screaming. If you're ever involved in renovating an old building, and you find a sealed room, a bricked-up doorway, something that's been deliberately hidden from the plans, think carefully before you open it. Because some rooms are sealed for structural reasons. For safety, for code compliance, and some rooms are sealed because of what's inside them, what was done in them, what remains in them, what's waiting behind the bricks for someone foolish enough to break the seal. We opened that room, we removed the bricks, we exposed what had been hidden for over a century, and now it's out there, walking through the city, looking for something. Looking for someone, maybe looking for us. The ones who freed it, the ones who didn't understand that some doors should stay closed, some rooms should stay sealed, some histories should stay buried. Cities are built on water, rivers, streams, aquifers, the lifeblood that made civilization possible. But sometimes, when we pave over nature, when we force it underground, we don't eliminate it, we just hide it. And sometimes, what lives in the water doesn't want to stay hidden. My name is Dr. Elena Vasquez, and I'm a hydrologist specializing in urban water systems. I map underground water flows, study how cities interact with their hidden waterways, document the streams and rivers that still flow beneath streets and buildings. Most people don't realize how much water is moving beneath their feet. In older cities especially, there are dozens of streams that were simply built over. They're still there, still flowing, channeled through culverts and pipes, invisible but essential. 6 months ago, I was hired to map the underground water systems beneath the historic core of the city. It was a routine project updating geological surveys, identifying potential flooding risks, making sure the city understood what was flowing beneath its foundations. I was surveying a section beneath the financial district when I found something that wasn't on any map. A water source, a significant one, and it was flowing into a space that, according to every geological record, shouldn't exist. I was using ground-penetrating radar when I detected the anomaly. There was a void beneath the city, a large cavity, maybe 50 feet below street level, approximately the size of a football field, and there was water moving through it, a lot of water. This was unusual. Natural caverns don't typically form in this region's geology, and any underground water sources should have been documented decades ago when the city's infrastructure was first mapped. I needed to investigate. I filed permits, coordinated with the city's Department of Public Works, and assembled a small team, my research assistant Marco, and a geologist named Dr. Patricia Chen. We found an access point through the city's storm drain system, an old service tunnel that descended deeper than it should have, following the flow of water. We entered on a clear day in late October, carrying our survey equipment, waterproof cameras, and safety gear. The tunnel was about 6 feet in diameter, with water flowing ankle deep along the bottom. The walls were a mix of old brick and natural stone. Someone had modified a natural watercourse decades ago, probably during the city's early construction period. We followed the tunnel down. The angle was gradual but consistent, taking us deeper with each step. After about 20 minutes of walking, the artificial tunnel ended. The brick walls gave way to natural stone, smooth from centuries of water flow. We'd found a natural passage, an underground stream that predated the city by millennia. "This is remarkable," Patricia said, running her hand along the stone walls. "This formation could be thousands of years old, and it's been flowing this whole time right beneath the city." We continued following the stream. The passage widened gradually, the ceiling rising higher above us. The sound of flowing water grew louder, echoing off the stone. And then the passage opened into a cavern. It was massive. Our flashlights couldn't reach the far walls or the ceiling. The underground stream flowed through the center, maybe 30 feet wide, moving with surprising force. The water was clear, illuminated by our lights, revealing smooth stone beneath. But what made us all stop and stare was the light, natural light, soft, diffused, coming from somewhere above. Not sunlight, the quality was wrong, the color slightly off, but it was definitely light, illuminating the cavern in a dim, greenish glow. "How is there light down here?" Marco asked. "We're 50 feet underground. There are buildings above us." We explored the cavern's perimeter. The walls were smooth stone, sculpted by water over geological time, but not all of it was natural. As we moved along the edge, we found carved sections, deliberate modifications to the rock, steps, crude steps, carved directly into the stone leading down to the water's edge. And at the water's edge, there was a platform, flat, smooth, clearly shaped by human hands. How old it was, we couldn't tell, but it was ancient, pre-colonial certainly, possibly pre-contact. Indigenous people knew about this place, Patricia said. They accessed it, used it for something. Used it how? I asked. She pointed across the cavern. "Look there." On the far side of the cavern, barely visible in the dim light, there were structures. Not natural formations, built structures. Small stone cairns, arranged in a pattern around what looked like a larger central structure. We made our way around the cavern's edge. The river was too deep and fast to cross, so we had to walk nearly a quarter mile along the shore. As we got closer to the structures, we could see more details. The cairns were made of river stones, carefully stacked, each about 3 feet tall. There were 13 of them, arranged in a circle, and in the center of the circle was the main structure, not a cairn, but an altar. Flat stone base, vertical stones around the edges, and a larger flat stone on top. The kind of structure you see at archaeological sites, places of ritual or ceremony, and it was being maintained. The stones weren't covered in moss or algae. The altar surface was clean, recently swept, and there were offerings, modern offerings, flowers wilted but recent, maybe a week old, coins, photographs, small personal items like jewelry and keys. Someone was still using this place, recently, regularly. "This is an active site," Patricia said quietly. "Someone's been coming down here, performing ceremonies." Marco was photographing everything. But how do they access it? We came through city storm drains. That can't be the traditional entrance. We searched the cavern's perimeter and found it. Another passage, this one sloping upward. Natural stone, but worn smooth by countless feet over time. The traditional entrance, probably, leading up to somewhere in the old city, maybe long since built over or forgotten, but someone still knew about it. Someone still came down here. I was documenting the altar when I noticed the carvings. Symbols cut into the stone surfaces, worn smooth by age but still visible. Not any language I recognized. Not petroglyphs in the traditional sense. These were more abstract spirals, concentric circles, flowing patterns that seemed to represent water, and one symbol that appeared repeatedly. 3 wavy lines stacked vertically with a circle above them. I'd seen similar symbols in my research, ancient representations of underground water, springs, sacred wells, places where people believed the boundary between the physical and spiritual world was thin. We should document everything and leave, I said. This is clearly a sacred site to someone. We shouldn't disturb it. We spent another hour photographing, taking measurements, collecting water samples from the underground river. The water was remarkably pure, fed by deep aquifers, untouched by surface contamination. You could see why indigenous people would have considered it sacred. As we were preparing to leave, Marco noticed something in the water. There's something moving in the river. We all looked. He was right. Something large was moving beneath the surface, maybe 10 feet from shore, not flowing with the current moving against it, deliberately, with purpose. Fish? Patricia suggested. Too big, Marco said. We watched as the shape moved upstream, barely visible beneath the clear water. It was hard to judge size without reference points, but it had to be at least 6 feet long, maybe larger. And it moved with an undulating motion, serpentine, powerful. Underground rivers can support fish, Patricia said. Cave fish adapted to darkness, but not usually this large. The shape disappeared into the darkness upstream. We stood in silence for a moment, then gathered our equipment and headed back toward the exit. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Not by the thing in the water, by something else. Multiple somethings. I kept turning, shining my flashlight into the cavern's shadows, expecting to see figures standing there, watching us leave. But there was nothing. Just stone and water and that strange, sourceless light. We exited through the storm drain tunnel, emerging back into the normal city infrastructure. The transition was jarring from ancient stone and flowing water to concrete and fluorescent lights. We climbed the access ladder and stepped out onto the street in downtown, into late afternoon sunshine. Everything seemed normal. Traffic, pedestrians, the noise of the city. But I felt different, changed somehow by what we'd seen. We compiled our findings into a report, documented the cavern, the underground river, the archaeological features. We recommended further study, careful preservation, consultation with local indigenous communities about the sacred site. But before I submitted the report, I did some additional research. I wanted to know if there were any historical records of this place, any mention of an underground river or cave system beneath the city. I found references, old ones. In the city's earliest records from the 1700s, there were mentions of settlers being warned by indigenous people about a place beneath the stone where the water spirits dwelled, a sacred place that shouldn't be disturbed. The settlers ignored the warnings, of course, built their city right on top of it, and over the centuries the location was forgotten, paved over, built upon, lost to memory, except not entirely forgotten. Because someone was still going down there, still performing ceremonies at that ancient altar. I needed to know who and why. I went back, alone this time, which was probably foolish, but I wanted to understand. I entered through the storm drain access point late at night, descended into the earth, followed the water to the cavern. As I approached, I saw light. Not the sourceless green glow, but warm, flickering light. Firelight. I emerged into the cavern and saw them. 7 people, standing in a circle around the altar. They wore ordinary clothing, jeans, jackets, street clothes, not ceremonial garb. But they stood with heads bowed, hands clasped, clearly in the middle of some ritual. I stayed back, hidden in the passage entrance, watching. I couldn't hear their words over the sound of the river, but I could see their movements. Each person approached the altar, placed something on it, then returned to the circle. The offerings I'd seen before, flowers, coins, photographs. Then together they turned to face the river, and they called to it. I couldn't hear the words, but I could see their mouths moving, all in unison like a chant or prayer. The water responded. The surface began to move differently, not disturbed by current or wind, moving deliberately, rising in specific spots, creating patterns, and then something surfaced. The large shape Marco had seen, but closer now, clear. It wasn't a fish. It was too dark to see details, but the silhouette was wrong for any aquatic animal. The shape was elongated, yes, but there was a structure to it, almost humanoid in the upper section, but extending down into the water in ways that didn't make anatomical sense. The figures on shore continued their chant. The thing in the water remained surfaced, motionless. This went on for maybe 5 minutes. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the shape sank back beneath the surface. The figures broke their circle, collected their belongings, and began walking toward the exit passage where I was hiding. I pressed myself against the stone wall, turned off my flashlight, held my breath. They walked past me in the darkness, so close I could have reached out and touched them. 7 people, speaking quietly to each other in a language I didn't recognize. Not English, not Spanish, something older. After they passed, I waited in the darkness for a long time. Then I made my way back to the city surface. I never submitted my full report. I documented the cavern, the underground river, the basic geology, but I left out the altar, the offerings, the ceremonies, the thing in the water, because I realized something. The people performing those rituals weren't doing it out of tradition or cultural preservation. They were doing it because they believed it was necessary, that whatever was in that underground river needed to be acknowledged, honored, appeased. And maybe they were right, because I've been monitoring the area. The underground river, the water levels, the geological stability, and something's changing. The river flow is increasing, the water is rising, and there have been incidents. People going missing near the old city center, always near storm drains, always during or after heavy rains. The police call them random disappearances, unrelated cases, but I've mapped them. They all occur within a half-mile radius of that underground cavern, and I think about that shape in the water, that thing that surfaced when called, what it was, what it wants, what it's been contained beneath the city for centuries, kept in check by ceremonies at an ancient altar, by people who remember what the rest of us forgot. Last week, during a heavy rainstorm, I was working late in my office downtown. I heard something in the building's pipes. Not the normal flow of water, something else. Something moving through the plumbing with purpose, exploration, testing the boundaries. The water in the city runs in circuits. Storm drains, sewer systems, water mains, all connected. All accessible from the underground river if you know how to navigate them. If you're looking for a way to reach the surface, I don't go near storm drains anymore. Don't stand on sidewalk grates. When it rains, I stay inside, away from any water source, because I know what's down there now. What flows beneath the city. What lives in the underground river and waits at the threshold between the buried and the built world. And I know that the ceremonies at the altar are the only thing keeping it contained, which is why I'm terrified. Because last night, I went back to check on the site, to make sure the altar was still being maintained, that the ceremonies were continuing. The altar was destroyed, the stones scattered, the offerings torn apart and strewn across the cavern floor. Someone had desecrated the sacred site. And the thing in the river? It wasn't there anymore. The water was empty, dark, still. It's out there now in the city's water systems, in the pipes beneath our buildings, swimming through the underground networks that connect every home, every business, every life in this city. And without the ceremonies to contain it, without the agreements that kept it bound to the river, I don't know what happens next. But I hear it at night, in the water pipes, getting closer, testing the boundaries, learning the system, looking for a way up. There are people in every city who become invisible. Not literally, they're right there on the street corners, under the overpasses, in the doorways. But we've trained ourselves not to see them, to look past them, to pretend they don't exist. And because of that, when they disappear, nobody notices. Nobody except me. My name is Sarah Chen, and I'm a social outreach worker. I've been doing this job for 8 years, working with the city's homeless population. I connect people with services, shelters, healthcare, addiction treatment, housing assistance. It's hard work, progress is slow, but every person I help off the streets feels like a victory. You get to know people in this job, learn their names, their stories, their regular spots, the corners they claim, the doorways they sleep in, the routes they walk. The homeless population isn't just a faceless mass, they're individuals with routines and communities, which is why I noticed the disappearances. It started about 6 months ago. I was doing my regular rounds in the Riverside district, checking on the people I knew stayed in that area. There was a woman named Dorothy who always slept in the doorway of an abandoned store on 7th Street. She'd been there for 3 years, same spot, every night, rain or shine. One day, she was gone. Not unusual on its own, people move, find shelter, sometimes die. But Dorothy's belongings were still there. Her blankets, her shopping cart full of possessions, her shoes, everything except Dorothy. I asked around. None of the other homeless people in the area had seen her leave. She'd been there when they went to sleep, gone when they woke up, like she'd vanished during the night. Maybe she went to a shelter, one of the other outreach workers suggested when I mentioned it. But I checked. Dorothy wasn't at any shelter in the city. She wasn't in the hospital. She wasn't in jail. She wasn't in the morgue. She was just gone. A week later, it happened again. A man named Marcus, who always stayed under the 4th Street Bridge. Same pattern, his belongings were there, but he wasn't. The other people who sheltered under that bridge said he'd been there at midnight, gone by dawn. Then it was a younger guy named Tommy. Then a woman named Carol, then more. Always the same pattern. Always people who stayed in the Riverside district. Always near the subway tunnels or storm drains. Always their belongings left behind. In 3 months, 12 people disappeared. I reported it to the police, filled out missing persons reports for each one. But the detective I spoke with was blunt. These are homeless people. They move around. They don't tell anyone where they're going. There's no evidence of foul play. Their belongings are left behind, I insisted. Nobody leaves their stuff. Everything they own is in those bags and carts. They don't just abandon them. He shrugged. Maybe they wanted a fresh start. Maybe they got on a bus out of town. Unless we find bodies, there's no crime to investigate. But I knew something was wrong. You don't work with the homeless population for 8 years without understanding their patterns. These people didn't just leave. They were taken. I started documenting everything. I mapped the disappearances, noted the locations, the dates, the times, and I found a pattern. All the disappearances happened within a 2-block radius. All happened between midnight and 4 a.m., and all happened near specific subway tunnel access points. The Riverside district sits on top of one of the oldest sections of the city's subway system. There are tunnels down there that date back to the 1920s, some of them abandoned now, sealed off when the lines were rerouted. But the homeless community knows about them, uses them sometimes for shelter when the weather gets really bad. I started asking questions, carefully. The homeless community is tight-knit but also wary of authority figures. It took weeks to build enough trust for people to talk to me honestly, and what they told me was terrifying. They knew about the disappearances, had known for months, and they knew where people were disappearing to. The tunnels, an older man named James told me. People go down in the tunnels to sleep when it's cold. Some of them don't come back. "What's in the tunnels?" I asked. James looked around nervously, lowered his voice. "Things that live down there, things that used to be people. They take whoever goes too deep, especially near the old stations." I thought he was talking metaphorically. Maybe there were dangerous people living in the tunnels, preying on the vulnerable. Criminals, addicts, someone violent. It wouldn't be the first time, but the way James talked about it, the fear in his eyes, the way other homeless people nodded when he spoke, it wasn't criminals he was describing, it was something else. "They only take from the tunnels?" I asked. "Mostly. But sometimes they come up, through the grates, through the maintenance holes. When someone's sleeping too close, they pull them down, fast, quiet. By the time anyone notices, it's done." "Why hasn't anyone reported this?" James laughed bitterly. "To who? The police? You think they care what happens to us? We tell them something's taking people from the tunnels, they'll just say we're crazy, high, making it up. Nobody listens to homeless people." He was right, of course. I'd tried reporting it and been dismissed. But I had resources he didn't. Access to city records, connections with public works, the ability to investigate officially. I filed a request with the Transit Authority for permission to survey the Riverside tunnel sections. Said I was conducting a safety assessment for homeless outreach purposes. They approved it probably just to get me to stop asking questions. I brought 2 Transit Authority maintenance workers with me. Protocol required escorts for anyone accessing active tunnel sections. We entered through a maintenance access point on 6th Street, descended into the tunnel system. The main tunnel was active, still used by trains. We stayed on the narrow maintenance catwalk, pressed against the wall whenever a train passed. After about a quarter mile, we reached a sealed section, an old platform that had been closed in the 1972nd. Now just a dark recess in the tunnel wall, blocked by a chain-link fence. "Homeless people sometimes cut through the fence," one of the maintenance workers explained. "Use it for shelter. We patch it, they cut it again. Can't really stop them." The fence had indeed been cut, a section pulled back just enough for a person to squeeze through. I asked permission to enter. The maintenance workers exchanged glances, but agreed, following me through the gap. The old platform was exactly what you'd expect, abandoned, dirty, covered in graffiti and trash. There was evidence of recent habitation, cardboard shelters, blankets, empty food containers, but no people. At the far end of the platform, there was a service door. It had been forced open, the lock broken. Beyond it was a corridor leading deeper into the abandoned section. "Nobody should be going back there," the other maintenance worker said. "It's not safe. Structural issues. That's why it was sealed." But I could see drag marks on the floor. Fresh ones, like something heavy had been pulled down the corridor recently. "I need to see what's back there," I said. They didn't want to. argued that it was dangerous, that we should report it and let a proper maintenance crew investigate. But I insisted. I'd come this far. I needed to know. We followed the corridor. It sloped downward, taking us beneath the main tunnel system. The air got colder, damper. The walls were older here, original construction from the 1922, brick and stone instead of modern concrete. The corridor opened into a chamber. It had probably been a maintenance room or storage space originally. But now it was something else. The room was maybe 30 feet across, with a low ceiling supported by old brick pillars, and it was full of people. Or things that had been people. They were arranged along the walls, sitting with their backs against the stone, motionless. 20, maybe 30 of them. Their clothes were filthy, torn. Their skin was pale, almost translucent in the dim light of our flashlights. Their eyes were open but unfocused, staring at nothing. "Jesus Christ," one of the maintenance workers whispered. I recognized some of them. Dorothy was there, sitting against the far wall. Marcus, Tommy, Carol, all the people who disappeared. And others I didn't recognize, people who must have been taken before I started documenting the disappearances. "Are they alive?" I asked, my voice shaking. We approached slowly. I crouched in front of Dorothy, shined my flashlight in her face. She didn't react. Her eyes didn't blink, didn't focus. But she was breathing slow, shallow breaths, barely perceptible. I touched her shoulder. Her skin was cold, damp. "Dorothy, can you hear me?" Nothing. No response. She just sat there staring through me at nothing. All of them were the same. Alive but not responsive. Breathing but not conscious. Like they'd been, what, drugged? Hypnotized? Something had been done to them, and they were being kept here in this underground chamber. "We need to call this in," the maintenance worker said. "Get paramedics, police, everyone." He pulled out his radio. No signal this deep. He started back toward the corridor, toward the surface, to get help. That's when we heard it. Movement. From the far end of the chamber, where the darkness was too deep for our flashlights to penetrate, something was moving toward us. Multiple somethings. The sound of footsteps, but wrong too many legs. Or the wrong rhythm, or both. "Run," I said. "Now." We ran back up the corridor, the maintenance workers ahead of me. Behind us, I could hear them following, getting closer. I didn't look back. Couldn't look back, I just ran. We burst onto the old platform, through the cut fence, onto the active tunnel maintenance walk. A train was coming, I could see its lights, hear its approach. We pressed against the wall as it screamed past, the noise deafening, the wind pulling at our clothes. When the train passed, I looked back at the old platform. They were there, standing at the fence, watching us. I couldn't see them clearly in the darkness, but I could see the silhouettes. Human-shaped, but wrong. Too tall or too thin or both. And there were many of them, more than had followed us up the corridor. They didn't try to cross into the active tunnel, just stood there, watching, waiting. We made it to the surface, called 911. Police, fire department, paramedics, everyone responded. I led them back down into the tunnels, back to the old platform, back to the corridor and the chamber. The room was empty. The people who'd been sitting against the walls gone. All of them. There was evidence they'd been there, impressions in the dust where they'd been sitting, scraps of clothing. But the people themselves had vanished. The police searched the entire abandoned section. Found nothing. No people, no captors, no explanation for what we'd seen. "You sure they were here?" the detective asked me. The same one who dismissed my missing persons reports. "Yes, I saw them. Dorothy Martinez, Marcus Webb, Tommy Chen, all the people I reported missing. They were here, and now they're not. They were taken, moved. Whatever was keeping them here, it moved them when we left. The detective looked at the maintenance workers. They confirmed my story. We'd all seen the same thing, but without evidence, without bodies, there was nothing to investigate. The transit authority sealed the old platform section completely, welded steel plates over the fence opening, locked the access points. They said it was for safety reasons, to keep the homeless out of dangerous areas, but I know the real reason. They wanted to contain whatever was down there, keep it sealed in the abandoned sections, away from the active tunnels, away from the public. The disappearances stopped. For a month, nobody vanished from the Riverside district. I thought maybe it was over. Maybe sealing the old platform had trapped whatever was taking people, cut off its access to the surface. But I was wrong. Last week, the disappearances started again. Same pattern, same area, but different access points. Not near the old platform anymore, near storm drains, near maintenance holes, near any opening that leads underground. Whatever is taking people, it's adapted. Found new routes. The tunnel system beneath the city is vast, interconnected. You can't seal all of it, and these things know the tunnels better than we do. They've had decades, maybe longer, to learn the network. I still do outreach, still check on the people I know, but I warn them now. Warn them to stay away from the tunnels, the grates, the underground access points. Some listen, some don't. Some don't have a choice when the weather gets bad enough. Freezing cold or dangerous heat, the tunnels are the only shelter. And that's what these things count on. That's how they've been operating for so long. They prey on the vulnerable, the invisible, the people nobody pays attention to. Because when a homeless person disappears, society shrugs. Another transient moving on. Another addict who overdosed somewhere. Another body that will turn up eventually or won't. Nobody investigates. Nobody cares. And these things know it. James, the older man who first told me about the tunnels, disappeared 3 nights ago. His belongings are still there, in his usual doorway. His cart, his blankets, everything. But James is gone. I know where he is. He's in one of those underground chambers, sitting against a wall with empty eyes, breathing but not conscious, trapped in whatever state those things put people in. And I can't help him. Can't find him. The tunnels are too vast, too complex. There are miles of abandoned sections, hundreds of sealed rooms and forgotten passages. He could be anywhere. All of them could be anywhere. So if you live in a city with old subway tunnels, with abandoned stations and sealed sections, be careful. Pay attention to the homeless population in your area. Notice if people start disappearing, because it's happening in more cities than just mine. I've been researching, connecting with other outreach workers across the country. We're all seeing the same pattern. Disappearances near old tunnel systems. Homeless people vanishing without a trace. And when we investigate, when we go down into the abandoned sections, we find evidence. Empty chambers where people were kept. Signs of something living in the tunnels. Something that's learned to hunt the most vulnerable among us. Because we made them invisible, we trained ourselves not to see them. And in doing so, we gave these things the perfect prey. People nobody will miss, nobody will search for, nobody will believe existed in the first place. I'm still searching, still going down into those tunnels despite the danger, despite knowing what's down there. Because someone has to. Someone has to look for the invisible people. Someone has to care, even if it means I might be next. Even if one night, my own belongings will be found sitting on a doorway, and I'll be gone, sitting in some dark chamber beneath the city, staring at nothing, breathing but not living, waiting for something I can't name to decide what to do with me. Like Dorothy, like Marcus, like James, like all the others. The ones the city forgot, the ones the tunnels claim. Time is supposed to be linear. Past, present, future, a straight line moving in one direction. But there are places where that line bends, where past and present exist simultaneously, where what should be history is still happening. I found one of those places, and it found me right back. My name is Robert Kane, and I'm a construction foreman for the city's Metropolitan Transit Authority. 23 years I've been doing this job, building new subway lines, extending existing ones, modernizing the underground transit network. I know this work. I know how to read geological surveys, how to bore through bedrock, how to shore up tunnels that will carry millions of people every year. But I'd never seen anything like what we found beneath Harrison Street. The project was straightforward on paper. The city wanted to extend the Green Line 3 miles further north, into the developing industrial district. New stations, new tunnels, modern infrastructure. We'd done a dozen projects like this. The geological surveys were clean. No underground utilities to avoid. No historical structures to work around. Just bedrock and clay. Perfect for tunneling. We broke ground in September. The plan was to use tunnel boring machines, massive drills that carve through rock, creating perfectly circular tunnels behind them. We'd start from the Harrison Street access point and bore north, laying track and installing systems as we went. The first 2 weeks went perfectly. The TBM was making good progress, about 50 feet per day. The geology matched the surveys. Everything was on schedule and under budget. My crew was experienced, efficient. We were looking at finishing 6 months ahead of schedule. Then, on October 14th, the TBM stopped. Not broke down, just stopped. The operator radioed up that the drill had hit something. Not rock, not a utility line. Something hollow, a void. I went down to check it out. The TBM had created a tunnel about 300 feet long from the Harrison Street access point, heading north. At the end, where the massive drill head should have been biting into fresh bedrock, there was a hole. The drill had broken through into an open space. We had protocols for this. Sometimes you hit natural caverns, old mining operations, forgotten basements from demolished buildings. You survey the void, shore it up or fill it in, and continue. Routine. But when we sent cameras through the hole, we saw something that shouldn't have been there. A tunnel. Not a natural cavern. An artificial tunnel. Circular. About 20 feet in diameter, with walls made of tile and brick. Old tile and brick, in a style we didn't use anymore. Art Deco pattern. Cream and dark green. Exactly like the original subway tunnels from the 1920 seconds. That can't be right, my assistant foreman Pete said as we watched the camera feed. According to the surveys, there's nothing here. This area was never developed. No subway lines, no utilities, nothing. But the camera didn't lie. We were looking at a genuine subway tunnel, old but intact, running perpendicular to our bore path. I called the MTA headquarters. They pulled historical records. According to every document they had, no subway tunnel had ever been constructed in this location. The nearest historical tunnel was half a mile south. This tunnel didn't appear on any blueprint, any map, any construction record from the past century. Yet here it was. Maybe it's from a project that was started and abandoned, someone suggested. Early 20th century, they planned a lot of lines that never got built. But abandoned projects don't get finished. They don't get tiled and bricked. They don't have working light fixtures, which our camera was now showing old incandescent bulbs in Art Deco housings, and some of them were on, casting a dim yellow glow through the tunnel. The city sent engineers to investigate. They widened our borehole, created an access point large enough for people to enter. I went in with them, 5 city engineers, 2 MTA officials, and myself. We carried survey equipment, cameras, safety gear. We stepped through into the old tunnel and found ourselves standing on a maintenance platform. Below us were tracks. Railroad tracks, standard gauge, in a subway configuration, and they looked maintained. No rust, no debris. The wooden ties were old but solid. Someone or something had been keeping these tracks in working order. "This doesn't make any sense," one of the engineers said, consulting his tablet. "We're standing in a tunnel that doesn't exist." We walked along the maintenance platform, heading north, following the tunnel. Every 100 feet or so, there were stations, maintenance alcoves, equipment boxes, ventilation shafts, all old, all clearly from early 20th century construction, all impossibly well preserved. After about a quarter mile, we reached a platform, a real platform, like you'd find in any subway station. It was maybe 300 feet long, with the characteristic vaulted ceiling of 1,920 seconds construction. The tiles on the walls were pristine, that same cream and dark green pattern, with decorative borders showing the station name in Art Deco lettering. Riverside 80, 3 Ard. There was no Riverside 83 Ard station. There had never been a Riverside 83 Ard station. The numbering system didn't even work. The Riverside line used letters, not numbers. But here it was, complete and intact. There were old wooden benches along the platform, vintage advertising posters in frames on the walls, ads for products and shows from the 1,940 seconds and 50 seconds. A newsstand, closed but stocked with papers whose mastheads showed dates from decades ago. Even old-style trash cans and drinking fountains. "This is a movie set," Pete said. "Has to be. Someone built this as a film location or museum or something." But that didn't explain how it connected to the old tunnel, how the whole thing existed without appearing on any survey or map, how it was 50 feet underground in an area that, according to all records, had never been excavated. One of the MTA officials was taking photos when he noticed something. "There are people here." We all turned. He was pointing at the far end of the platform. There, in the dimmer light, we could see figures. People standing on the platform, motionless, like they were waiting for a train. "Hello?" I called out. My voice echoed through the station. "This is a restricted area. You need to leave." The figures didn't respond, didn't move. We approached slowly. There were maybe 24 people scattered along the platform, some sitting on benches, others standing, all in the same motionless poses. As we got closer, we could see their clothing suits and dresses from the 1,950 seconds, conservative cuts, muted colors, period appropriate for the station's aesthetic. "Tu period appropriate." Pete reached the closest figure first. A man in a gray suit, standing near a bench, staring at the empty tracks. Pete touched his shoulder. "Sir, you need to..." The man turned. His face was wrong, not deformed, not obviously damaged, but wrong. The skin was too pale, almost gray. The eyes were clouded over, like cataracts, but worse. And there was no recognition in them, no awareness. He looked at Pete without seeing him. Then the man opened his mouth and spoke, but not to us, to someone who wasn't there, repeating something from decades ago. "The 8:15 is running late again. I'll miss my meeting." Always late, this line. He turned back to the tracks, resumed his waiting pose, and went silent. We checked the other figures. They were all the same. Real people, flesh and blood, breathing, warm to the touch, but trapped in some kind of loop. They'd speak occasionally, always period-appropriate dialogue. "Where's the conductor? This platform is too crowded." I hope Margaret remembered to pick up the dry cleaning. "Mundane statements from mundane lives," repeated endlessly. "What happened to these people?" one of the engineers whispered. "I don't know," I said. "But we need to get them medical attention. Get them out of here." We tried. We took the man in the gray suit by the arm, tried to lead him toward our access point. He resisted not violently, but passively, like a child refusing to move, and when we pulled harder, he started screaming. Not words, just a high-pitched wail of terror and confusion. The sound echoed through the station, and all the other figures responded. They all started screaming. 24 voices, all wailing in perfect harmony. A sound so terrible it felt like it was burrowing into my skull. We let go of the man. The screaming stopped immediately. He returned to his spot, resumed his waiting pose, and went silent. "We're not getting them out by force," Pete said, shaking. "Whatever's wrong with them, they don't want to leave." One of the MTA officials was at the edge of the platform, looking down at the tracks. "There's a train coming." "That's not possible," I said. But I could hear it too. The rumble of steel wheels on rails, growing louder, the vibration in the platform. And then, from the tunnel to the south, we saw a light, a single headlight, warm and yellow, not the bright white of modern trains. The train emerged from the darkness and slowed as it approached the platform. It was old, a genuine 1942nd subway car, dark green paint with cream trim, small windows, rounded roof, the kind of train you only see in museums now. But this one was running, pulling into the station like it did this every day. The train stopped, perfectly aligned with the platform. The doors opened with a pneumatic hiss. Inside, we could see passengers, dozens of them, all in period clothing, all sitting motionlessly in the wooden slat seats. The figures on the platform began to move, not running, just walking calmly, purposefully, boarding the train through the open doors. The man in the gray suit stepped aboard, found a seat, and sat down. Within a minute, all the platform figures had boarded. We stood frozen, watching this impossible scene. The doors remained open. The train waited. "It's waiting for us," Pete said quietly. "We're not getting on that train," I said. But one of the engineers, younger guy named David, stepped toward it. "We should investigate. Document this. It's clearly some kind of anomaly, but we need to understand." "No." I grabbed his arm. "We're leaving now." We backed away from the platform, toward our access point. The train continued to wait, doors open, the figures inside motionless. As we reached the borehole we created, I looked back one last time. The train was still there, still waiting, and standing on the platform now, where there had been empty space moments before, was another figure, a man in a conductor's uniform, old style, with a cap and brass buttons. He was looking directly at us, and he smiled. The smile wasn't friendly, it was knowing, like he understood something we didn't, like he'd been waiting for us specifically. Then he raised his hand and waved. A slow, deliberate wave. "Come aboard," the gesture said. "The train is waiting. It's always been waiting." We scrambled through the borehole back into our tunnel. The city officials immediately started making calls, summoning more specialists, more equipment. The decision was made to seal our access point temporarily while they figured out what to do. But before we could seal it, we heard the train leave. The rumble of wheels, the hiss of pneumatics. It was departing the station, continuing its route through tunnels that shouldn't exist, carrying passengers from decades ago who were somehow still riding. We sealed the borehole with concrete, posted guards. The city launched a full investigation, geological surveys, historical research, consultation with physicists and engineers. They found nothing that explained what we'd discovered. No records of the tunnel, no explanation for the station or the train or the people trapped in their temporal loop. The working theory, if you could call it that, was that we'd somehow broken through into a pocket of space-time that had been sealed off from normal reality, that the old tunnel and station existed in a bubble where 1954 was still happening, where a specific moment in time played out eternally. The project was suspended. We couldn't continue our tunnel in that direction, not when we didn't understand what we'd found, what it might mean for the structural integrity of our construction. The MTA rerouted the Green Line extension, adding months to the schedule and millions to the budget. But the old tunnel is still there, still existing in its impossible location, still running its trains through the darkness beneath the city. And sometimes, late at night on the job site, we hear it, the rumble of that old train, passing through tunnels we can't see, stopping at stations that don't exist. The sound comes up through the ground, through the concrete, distinct and undeniable. 3 weeks after we sealed the borehole, David, the young engineer who'd wanted to board the train, disappeared. He was last seen on the job site, saying he was going to check some measurements. His car was still in the parking lot. His belongings were in the site office, but David was gone. We searched everywhere. The police investigated. Nothing. No trace. Until I went down to check the sealed borehole. The concrete was intact, undisturbed, but I could hear something on the other side. Faint, but distinct. A voice. David's voice. The 8:15 is running late again. I'll miss my meeting. Always late, this line. I put my ear against the concrete. I could hear more voices now. Not just David, others. Some I recognized workers from other construction projects over the years, people who disappeared near old tunnel works, all of them speaking in that same flat, repetitive tone, all of them trapped in the station, waiting for the train that never stops coming. I reported it. The city officials listened with the same skeptical expressions I'd grown accustomed to. They didn't reopen the borehole, said it was too dangerous, that we'd already disturbed something that should have stayed buried. But I know the truth. David went through that sealed concrete somehow, went back to the station, and he boarded the train. Or maybe the train claimed him, added him to its eternal roster of passengers riding through tunnels beneath time itself. The project continued on the new route. We're making progress. The extension will be complete in another 8 months. But I've noticed something. The new route isn't as far from the old tunnel as the maps suggest. We're paralleling it in some sections, running within 20 feet of where that impossible space exists. And sometimes, when we're working in those sections, things happen. Workers see figures in the tunnels ahead, people in old-fashioned clothing, standing in the darkness, watching. Tools go missing and turn up in different locations. And the sounds, God, the sounds. That train running past, the pneumatic hiss of doors opening, the voices of passengers from 7 decades ago. One of my crew members swears he saw his grandfather who died in 1954, disappeared on his way to work one morning, never found. The crew member saw him standing on a maintenance platform, wearing the same suit described in the missing person report. He called out to him. His grandfather turned, smiled, and walked into the darkness. I'm retiring next month. 23 years is enough. I can't do this anymore. Can't work in tunnels knowing what's beneath them, what exists in the spaces between the documented and the real. But I worry about the people who replace me. The new crews who don't know the history, don't understand what we found. They'll hear the sounds and investigate. They'll see the figures and follow them. And one by one they'll find their way to that station, board that train, and join the passengers who've been riding the same route since 1954. Because that's what the train does. It collects people. It's been collecting them for decades, maybe longer. Everyone who gets too close, who sees too much, who disturbs the bubble of frozen time, the train adds them to its manifest. I'm writing this as a warning. If you ever work on subway construction, on tunnel projects beneath old cities, and you break through into a space that shouldn't be there, don't investigate. Don't enter. Seal it immediately and walk away. Because there are places beneath our cities where time doesn't work the way it should, where the past hasn't finished happening, where trains run forever through the darkness, collecting passengers who never reach their destinations because the destinations don't exist anymore. And if you hear a train in a tunnel where no train should be, if you see a platform that's not on any map, if a conductor in an old-fashioned uniform waves at you and smiles run, don't look back. Don't investigate. Don't try to help the people you see waiting there, because they're not waiting to be saved. They're waiting for you to join them. David calls me sometimes, or I think he does. I'll answer my phone, and there's a voice that sounds like him, speaking in that same flat tone. The 8:15 is running late again. I'll miss my meeting. Always late, this line. Then the line goes dead. And I know he's down there, standing on that platform or sitting in that train trapped in 1954, repeating the same mundane observations forever. Part of the collection. Part of the route that never ends. Last week, I had a dream. I was standing in our bore tunnel, and I heard the train approaching. I walked to where we'd sealed the hole, and the concrete was gone. Just open space, leading into the old tunnel. The platform was visible in the distance, all lit up, crowded with people, and standing at the entrance, waving at me, was the conductor, still smiling that knowing smile, still gesturing for me to come aboard. Behind him, I could see David and Pete and other members of my crew, all standing on the platform, waiting, all staring at me with those clouded, unseeing eyes. The conductor spoke. His voice echoed through the tunnel, through my dream, through my waking mind. Everyone gets a ticket eventually. Everyone rides the line. It's just a matter of time. I woke up screaming, but I could still hear it. The train, running beneath my house, through tunnels that shouldn't exist, stopping at stations in bubbles of frozen time, coming closer, always coming closer, because the conductor was right. Everyone gets a ticket eventually, and I think mine is almost punched. If you're reading this, if you find this account after I've disappeared, don't look for me in the usual places. Don't check hospitals or morgues. Don't file a missing person report, because I'll be on the platform. Riverside 83RD, waiting for the 8:15, waiting forever. Just like all the others. Just like you might be someday, if you work beneath the city, if you dig too deep, if you break through into the spaces between time. The train is always running. The station is always waiting. And the conductor never stops collecting passengers. Everyone rides the line eventually. Everyone. Sound behaves strangely underground. It bounces, distorts, creates echoes that shouldn't exist. Most of the time, it's just physics, acoustics, nothing to worry about. But sometimes, the echoes contain things that weren't in the original sound, things that shouldn't be there at all. My name is Alex, and I'm an urban explorer. I specialize in abandoned infrastructure, the forgotten bones of cities, water systems, mostly. Old reservoirs, abandoned pumping stations, decommissioned treatment facilities, places where water once flowed but doesn't anymore. 3 weeks ago I found the Cistern, and I'm still trying to convince myself that what I heard down there wasn't real. The city's original water system was built in the 1,880 seconds. Before modern pumping stations and treatment plants, they relied on gravity-fed systems, cisterns, and reservoirs carved into bedrock, using elevation and natural pressure to move water through the city. Most of these old systems were abandoned in the 1,950 seconds when the modern infrastructure went online. But they're still there. Empty chambers, dry reservoirs, massive underground spaces that the city has mostly forgotten about. I'd been mapping them for months, creating a comprehensive survey of the abandoned water infrastructure. The Cistern wasn't on any of my maps. I found a reference to it in a maintenance log from 1947, just a notation about sealing the Grant Street cistern due to structural concerns. No follow-up, no details. Just that one line, but it gave me a location. I spent 2 weeks searching the area around Grant Street, looking for access points. I finally found it, a maintenance hatch hidden behind a dumpster in an alley, covered in decades of grime and rust. The hatch was locked, but the lock was old, corroded, easy to break. I waited until midnight on a Friday, when the alley would be empty, and I descended. The ladder went down 30 feet into darkness. At the bottom, I found myself in a tunnel, brick and stone, maybe 6 feet high, sloping gradually downward. Water dripped from the ceiling, echoing off the walls. The air was cold and damp. I followed the tunnel for about 5 minutes. It ended at a metal door, heavily rusted but still intact. The door wasn't locked, just stuck from years of disuse. I put my shoulder into it, and it scraped open with a shriek of metal on stone. Beyond was the cistern. It was massive. My flashlight couldn't reach the far walls or the ceiling. The space felt cathedral-like vast and empty, with perfect acoustics. Every sound I made echoed multiple times, bouncing off unseen surfaces, taking seconds to fade. The floor was stone, carved smooth. In the center there was a depression where water would have pooled when the cistern was active. Now it was dry, just stained stone and mineral deposits, showing where the water line had been. I stood in the center and clapped my hands once. The echo was extraordinary. It bounced back from every direction, multiplying, creating a cascade of sound that took nearly 10 seconds to die away completely. Perfect acoustics, better than any concert hall I'd been in. I decided to record audio. I had professional recording equipment, high-quality microphone, digital recorder. I wanted to capture the acoustic properties of the space, document the echo patterns. This was exactly the kind of unique finding that made urban exploration worthwhile. I set up the microphone in the center of the cistern, started recording, and clapped my hands again. Then I made various sounds, speaking, whistling, footsteps. Each sound created beautiful, complex echoes, filling the space with layers of reverberating audio. I was about 10 minutes into recording when I noticed something odd. In the echoes of my footsteps, there seemed to be additional sounds. Not just the bounce back of my own steps, but something else, like other footsteps, slightly out of sync, coming from different parts of the cistern. I stopped walking. The echoes continued for a moment, then faded, but not completely. I could still hear something, very faint, very distant, but definitely there, the sound of footsteps, continuing even though I was standing still. I turned slowly, scanning the darkness with my flashlight. The cistern appeared empty. No one else was there. Just me, alone in this vast underground chamber. But the footsteps continued. Slow, deliberate, coming from somewhere in the darkness beyond my light's reach. Hello? My voice echoed back at me from a dozen directions. Is someone there? The echoes faded. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then I heard my own voice, distorted, coming from the darkness. Someone there. Someone there. Someone. But it wasn't just an echo. The cadence was wrong. The tone was off. It sounded like my voice, but speaking words I hadn't said, continuing the sentence in ways I hadn't intended. I grabbed my recording equipment. Time to leave. This place was disorienting me, playing tricks with the acoustics. I'd review the recordings at home, in proper lighting, with proper context. As I walked back toward the exit tunnel, I heard them. Voices. Multiple voices. Coming from the darkness behind me. Speaking in low tones, too quiet to make out the words, but definitely there. And definitely not echoes. I walked faster. The voices grew louder, more insistent. I could almost make out words, my name, maybe, or something close to my name. Alex. Alex. But drawn out, distorted, wrong. I reached the metal door, squeezed through, and pulled it shut behind me. The voices cut off immediately. I stood in the tunnel, my heart pounding, trying to rationalize what I'd heard. Acoustic phenomenon. Air currents creating sounds. My own breathing and movements, distorted by echo patterns. Nothing supernatural. Nothing impossible. Just sound behaving strangely underground. I climbed out of the access hatch, sealed it behind me, and went home. I didn't listen to the recordings that night. I needed distance, needed to shake off the unease that had settled into my bones. 2 days later, I finally reviewed the audio. What I heard made me wish I deleted the files without listening. The first few minutes were normal. My clapping, the extraordinary echoes, my voice as I narrated what I was doing. Beautiful acoustic patterns, exactly what I'd expected to capture. But then, underneath the main audio, there were other sounds. Whispers. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. All speaking at once. Too quiet to understand individually, but collectively creating a murmur that hadn't been audible in real time. I isolated the whisper track, amplified it. The words became clearer. Asterisk. Alex. We see you, Alex. You came to us, Alex. We've been waiting. Asterisk. My name. Over and over. Spoken by voices I didn't recognize, in tones that weren't quite human. All of them knowing my name, even though I'd never spoken it in the cistern. I kept listening. At the point where I'd heard the footsteps, the recording clearly captured them. Multiple sets of footsteps, coming from different directions, all converging on the center of the cistern where I'd been standing. And then at the moment I'd called out, "Is someone there?" The recording captured responses, not echoes. Responses. "Yes, we're here. We've always been here, waiting for you." Multiple voices, all answering my question, all speaking in that same distorted, wrong tone. And I hadn't heard any of this in real time. The cistern's acoustics had somehow filtered these voices, made them inaudible to me in the moment, but the microphone had captured them. The worst part came at the end of the recording. After I'd closed the metal door, I'd left the recorder running for another 30 seconds before stopping it. Those 30 seconds contained audio I still can't explain. The sound of the door opening, my footsteps or something that sounded like my footsteps walking back into the cistern, and then my voice, speaking clearly, "I'll come back. I have to come back. You're waiting for me. I understand now." Words I never spoke, in my voice, recorded after I'd left the cistern. I tried to rationalize it. The recording must have glitched. The audio file corrupted. Some kind of digital artifact that created false sounds. It had to be that. But the whispers knew my name. They said it dozens of times. I'd never spoken my name in that cistern. I decided not to go back. To forget about the cistern, to focus on other projects. I deleted the audio files, or tried to. They kept reappearing in my recordings folder. I'd delete them, empty the trash, and the next day they'd be there again. The cistern recording, playing on loop, and each time I checked the files there was new audio. More whispers, more voices. And now they were clearer, easier to understand. Asterisk. Come back, Alex. Come hear us properly. Come listen to what we have to say. The acoustics are perfect. You noticed. You appreciated. Come back and hear everything. Every voice. Every story. Everyone who came before. We're all still here. In the echoes. In the sound. Waiting to be heard. Asterisk. I haven't slept well in 3 weeks. Because at night, when everything is quiet, I hear them. The whispers. coming from the walls, the pipes, anywhere that creates echo or reverb, speaking my name, calling me back to the cistern. And yesterday, I found something that terrified me more than anything else. I was researching the cistern's history, trying to understand what I'd encountered. I found an old newspaper article from 1946, asterisk, local man missing. Police seek information on Alan Morse, asterisk. The article described how Alan Morse, an acoustics engineer, had gone missing while surveying the city's old water infrastructure. He'd been documenting the acoustic properties of abandoned reservoirs and cisterns. His equipment was found at the Grant Street Cistern access point, but Alan was never found. His name was Alan. Close to Alex, close enough. I looked further, found more cases, and Andrea in 1952, and Alice in 1967, and Albert in 1981. All names starting with Al. All missing after visiting the Grant Street Cistern. All disappeared without a trace. The cistern collects us. People whose names sound right to its ears, whose names echo properly in its perfect acoustics. It calls us, draws us in, and keeps us. Adds our voices to the chorus of whispers, the collective murmur of everyone who came before. I'm writing this as a record, because I know I'm going back. I can feel the pull. The whispers are getting louder every day, more insistent, and part of me wants to go, wants to hear what they're saying properly, wants to understand the stories they're telling. The cistern has perfect acoustics, every voice preserved forever in the echo, every story still being told if you know how to listen. And I'll add my voice to theirs, add my story, become part of the chorus that calls to the next person whose name sounds right, the next Alex, or Alice, or Alan, who comes looking for forgotten infrastructure and finds something that's been waiting for them. If you ever find the Grant Street Cistern, if you hear about its perfect acoustics, don't go. Don't investigate. Don't record audio in that space. Because the echoes don't just repeat what you say. They add to it. Transform it. Make you say things you didn't intend. Promise things you don't remember promising. And then they keep you there. In the sound. In the reverberation. Forever. I can hear them now. Even as I type this, calling my name, telling me it's time to come back, time to add my voice to the cistern, and I'm going to go. Not because I'm being forced, because I want to, because the call is too strong, the pull too insistent, because in the end, everyone whose name echoes properly in that space belongs there, and my name has been echoing for 3 weeks. It's time to go home. Some secrets are kept for good reasons, not to protect reputations or avoid lawsuits, to protect people, to protect cities, to protect the fragile illusion that we're safe in the spaces we've built, that the ground beneath our feet is solid, that nothing is waiting in the dark below. I kept one of those secrets for 27 years, and now I'm dying, and I can't keep it anymore. My name is Vincent Corelli. I am 73 years old. I was a transit cop for the Metropolitan Transit Authority from 1971 to 1998. 27 years in the tunnels, on the platforms, in the dark places beneath the city. I've seen things down there that never made it into official reports. Things we were told to forget. Things we were paid to stay quiet about. But there's one thing, one incident that I've never been able to forget. And with stage 4 pancreatic cancer and maybe 3 months left, I need to tell someone, need to warn people. Because what we sealed down there in 1998, it's still there. And the barriers we put in place aren't going to hold much longer. It started in the winter of 1997. We began getting reports from maintenance workers and late-night platform attendants. Strange sounds in the deep tunnels, the sections that go beneath the river. the oldest parts of the system. Scratching sounds, movement, and sometimes voices. Not words anyone could make out, but definitely voices. Multiple voices, speaking in unison. The MTA sent engineers down to investigate. They found nothing. No structural damage, no homeless encampments, no explanation for the sounds, but the reports kept coming, and they were getting more specific. Workers described seeing figures in the tunnels, always at a distance, always in the shadows beyond the lights, human-shaped, but wrong, moving in ways that didn't match human movement, and they were always heading deeper, further from the stations, further from the surface, down into the oldest sections where the original tunnels from the 1900s still existed. By spring of 1998, things escalated. A maintenance worker named Rodriguez went missing. He'd been sent to check a signal failure in Tunnel 7, one of the deep sections beneath the river. His radio went dead. When his crew went looking for him, they found his tools, his lunch pail, his jacket, but no Rodriguez. 3 days later, he turned up, walking on the tracks in Tunnel 7, heading deeper into the system. A train operator saw him in the headlights and radioed for help. When we got to him, Rodriguez was different. He couldn't speak, or wouldn't. He just stared at us with these blank eyes, his mouth opening and closing like he was trying to form words but had forgotten how. His clothes were filthy, torn. His hands were bleeding, nails broken down to the quick like he'd been clawing at something. We got him to the surface, to a hospital. He stayed in that state for 2 weeks, unresponsive, catatonic. The doctors couldn't find anything physically wrong with him, but he couldn't tell us what had happened in those 3 days he was missing. And then Rodriguez started drawing, obsessively, on any paper he could get his hands on. The same image over and over again. A tunnel, a deep tunnel, and at the end of it, a chamber. And in the chamber, shapes. Dozens of shapes, all pressed together, all reaching upward. The drawings got more detailed over time. The shapes became clearer. They looked human, but elongated, stretched, like someone had taken human bodies and pulled them vertically until they were 8-9 feet tall, impossibly thin. And in every drawing, at the front of the mass of shapes, there was one figure different from the others, larger, more defined, with arms that reached forward, toward the tunnel entrance, toward the surface, toward us. The MTA formed a task force, kept it quiet. This was years before social media, easier to control information. They assembled a team, transit police, structural engineers and specialists they brought in from God knows where. Federal agencies, I think. People with clearances I didn't have. I was assigned to the task force. 20 years on the job, I knew the deep tunnels better than most. They needed guides who could navigate the oldest sections. We went down in June of 1998. 12 of us, fully equipped. Lights, radios, mapping equipment. And though they didn't tell us initially, weapons. Not standard police sidearms. Something heavier. Something you'd use for large, dangerous animals. That should have been my first warning. We entered through the 53rd Street station, descended to the deepest platform level, then entered a service tunnel that took us even further down. The temperature dropped as we descended. Not just cool or cold, genuinely cold. Like walking into a freezer. Our breath came out in clouds. After about 20 minutes of walking, we reached a section where the tunnel construction changed. The modern concrete and steel gave way to old brick and stone, original construction from the 1900s, and the brick was strange, discolored, stained with something that looked organic, like the walls were sweating. The team leader never got his real name, just called him Commander. Stopped us there. He pulled out a device I'd never seen before, some kind of scanner. It beeped steadily, the frequency increasing as he pointed it down the tunnel ahead. "It's here," he said quietly. "The source." "Source of what?" I asked. He didn't answer, just gestured for us to continue. We moved forward slowly, weapons ready. The tunnel began to slope downward more steeply. The brick walls were covered in scratches now, deep gouges, like something with claws had been dragging itself along the surface. And the scratches weren't random, they formed patterns, almost like writing, but in no language I recognized. Then we started seeing the remains. Not bodies, remains. Clothes, mostly, scattered along the tunnel floor. Old clothes from different eras. A jacket from the 1920s, a dress from the 1950s, a coat from the 1970s. All empty, all torn, all stained with something dark. "How many?" one of the engineers whispered. "Dozens," the commander said. "Maybe more." Over the course of a century, the tunnel opened into a chamber, natural cavern, probably, but modified. The walls had been carved, shaped, and they were covered in the same strange scratching patterns we'd seen in the tunnel. But here, they were more elaborate, more intentional. Story, maybe. Or ritual. Or warning. In the center of the chamber was a depression. A pit, about 30 feet across, descending into darkness our lights couldn't penetrate. The edges were smooth, worn, like something had been moving in and out of that pit for a very long time. And from the pit we could hear sounds, movement, breathing, many things breathing in unison, the sound echoing up from the depths. The commander gestured for silence. He approached the edge of the pit slowly, shining his light down. I moved closer, looked over his shoulder. I saw them. God help me, I saw them. They were in the pit. Dozens of them. Exactly like Rodriguez had drawn. Tall, impossibly tall, stretched and thin. Their skin was pale, almost translucent. Their limbs were two long joints bending in too many places. And their faces, Christ, their faces. Still vaguely human, but distorted. Eyes too large, mouths too wide, everything pulled and elongated like taffy. And they were moving, slowly, carefully, climbing over each other, reaching upward, toward us, toward the surface, but not climbing out yet, like they were waiting for something, like they weren't ready yet, but they would be. Soon, the one at the front, the one Rodriguez had drawn as different, turned its head to look directly at us. Its mouth opened, and it spoke, in a voice that was dozens of voices layered together, harmonizing in a way that hurt to hear. "We are waking." That's when the commander gave the order, "Seal it, now." His team moved with military precision. They brought equipment, heavy equipment, pre-positioned in the tunnel behind us. Steel plates, concrete, sealant. They'd planned this before we even came down. This wasn't an investigation. This was containment. They worked fast, sealing the chamber entrance with steel plates, then pouring quick-set concrete behind them. The whole time, we could hear them in the pit, moving faster now, climbing, trying to reach the entrance before we sealed it. And that voice, those voices speaking, pleading, threatening. "We are waking. We are rising. You cannot keep us. We have been patient. We have been waiting. But our time is coming. Our time is here. Let us out. Let us out. We are waking." It took 2 hours to seal the chamber completely. Multiple layers of steel and concrete, designed to hold back whatever was in that pit. When it was done, the commander marked the location on a map, then destroyed the map. He looked at all of us, the 12 who'd been in the chamber, and said words I'll never forget. "What you saw today doesn't exist. This chamber was never here. The deep tunnel system is structurally sound. Nothing lives down there, nothing is waking. You will sign documents agreeing to this. You will never speak of it. Not to family, not to friends, not to yourselves. This conversation never happened. This operation never occurred. Understood? We all nodded. What else could we do? They paid us well. Very well. Hazard compensation, they called it. Enough that early retirement looked attractive. Most of us took it. Rodriguez died that same year, heart attack, officially. But I saw him a week before. He was still drawing those pictures, still seeing those things every time he closed his eyes. I kept the secret. For 27 years I kept it. But I've been monitoring things, watching the news, tracking incidents near the deep tunnels, and I've seen the signs. Maintenance workers reporting strange sounds again. Structures in the deep sections showing stress they shouldn't have. Unexplained vibrations, temperature anomalies, and disappearances. Not many, one every few years, but always near the deep tunnels. Always people who work alone in the dark sections. The seals are failing. Whatever we contained in 1998 is pushing against them, testing them, finding weaknesses, and I think it's almost through. Last month, I went back. Against doctor's orders, against common sense. I had to see. I accessed the tunnel system through a maintenance entrance, used my old credentials that somehow still worked in the system. I made my way to the deep section, to where we'd sealed that chamber. The steel plates were still there, but they were warped, pushed outward from behind, bent by pressure that shouldn't be possible. The concrete around them was cracking, and I could hear them, still down there, still moving, still waiting. But the voice was different now, stronger, clearer, and it spoke words that freeze my blood. Soon, very soon, we are ready. We are waking. We have been patient so long, but our patience ends. When we rise, the city will know. The world will know. We are many. We are old. We are hungry. And we are coming. I'm telling you this because someone needs to know. Someone needs to be prepared. The MTA won't admit it. The city won't acknowledge it. The people who sealed that chamber, most of them are dead now, or retired like me, bound by documents we signed and threats we believed. But I'm dying anyway. What can they do to me? Sue a corpse? There's something beneath the city. Something old. Something that was here, before the tunnels, before the city, before any of us. The tunnel system we built, the chambers we excavated, the deep sections we carved beneath the river. We didn't discover empty space down there. We discovered their home, and we woke them up. They've been patient, watching us build our infrastructure around them, waiting for the right time. But that time is coming. The seals are failing. And when they break, when those things climb out of that pit and enter the tunnel system, I don't know what happens next. Maybe nothing. Maybe they'll stay in the tunnels, content with the dark spaces we've given them. Or maybe they'll rise, emerge from the subway stations, from the maintenance holes, from the 1,000 points of access between the underground and the surface, and the city will face something it's not prepared for, something it can't fight, because it refuses to acknowledge exists. I have copies of documents, photos I took that night in June 1998, against orders, sketches Rodriguez made before he died. I'm leaving them with my lawyer, with instructions to release them if I die under mysterious circumstances or if certain events occur in the city's subway system. I've also given him this recording, this testimony, everything I know about what's beneath the city, what we sealed, what's waking. If you're hearing this, it means something's happened. Either I'm dead, or the seals have failed, or both. It means the things in the deep tunnel have begun to rise. And if that's happened, if they're emerging, I'm sorry. I'm sorry we didn't warn you sooner. I'm sorry we kept the secret. I'm sorry we thought we could contain something that's been waiting for millennia with steel plates and concrete. Watch the subway. Watch the deep stations, the old platforms, the sections that close for maintenance, but never seem to reopen. Listen for the sounds, scratching, movement, voices speaking in unison. And if you see something in the tunnels, something tall and thin and wrong, run. Don't look back. Don't try to understand. Just run. Because they're still down there. In the chamber beneath the river. Behind failing seals. Growing stronger. Growing ready. Waiting for the moment when the barriers finally crumble and they can climb up into the world we've built above them. And I think, God help us, I think that moment is now. The doctors say I have weeks, maybe days. Part of me hopes I die before the seals fail, before I have to see what happens when they rise. But part of me needs to witness it, needs to see the culmination of what we started in 1998, what we tried to prevent but only delayed, because we didn't stop them. We only made them wait, and their patience is ending. If you work in the subway system, if you maintain the deep tunnels, if you have any authority over the infrastructure beneath the city, check the seals. Check Tunnel 7, the deep section beneath the river. Check the chamber we sealed in June of 1998, before it's too late, before they wake completely, before they rise. The city thinks it knows what lives beneath it, thinks it controls the spaces it's carved into the earth, thinks the dark is empty, safe, contained. But the dark was occupied long before we arrived, and the things that live there have been patient, so patient, waiting for us to forget, waiting for the barriers to weaken, waiting for their time. And their time is coming. I'm Vincent Corelli. I was a transit cop. I saw what lives beneath the city. I helped seal it away. And now, dying, I'm telling you, the seals are failing. They're waking. And God help us all when they rise. I hope these stories gave you the chills tonight.